You want to check with them?
Nah. Let me find my statement. There we go. You good? Good morning. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Committee on Housing. Today is Thursday, November 13th, 2025. The time is 10:40 a.m. We're meeting in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and on Zoom. I'm calling to order this joint public roundtable of the Committee on Housing and Committee on Human Services on housing without the holdup, fixing the district's voucher bottleneck. My co-chair for this roundtable is my friend Matt Fruman, the Ward 3 council member and chair of the Committee on Human Services. We're here today to discuss a critical issue for thousands of Washingtonians: timely distribution and lease-up of housing vouchers. We'll hear from the heads of two agencies who share the work of assisting residents with vouchers: the DC Housing Authority and the Department of Human Services. We'll also hear from constituents, advocates, and landlords who care about this issue. Thank you to everyone who has joined us today. I want to leave with this. We didn't create this system, but we are accountable to residents for fixing it now. So we're not here today to assign blame, but we are here to assign responsibilities and identify solutions. My goal is to leave with clear next steps and commitments that will make the path from voucher match to lease up faster and easier to navigate for DC residents. Because despite recent progress, our voucher system still is too slow and lengthy, and that many residents fall through the cracks. As chair of the Committee on Housing, I hear every day from residents who need vouchers, and I can't overstate the importance of this issue. A voucher can be the difference between a senior staying in their lifelong neighborhood or moving outside of the city for cheaper rent. It can be a ticket out of a dangerous living situation. It can be the first step for a family from homelessness toward a more stable and secure future. But right now in DC, there are thousands of people whom we've already matched to a voucher, but haven't been able to use it yet, and often living on the street, meaning they're stuck in limbo without a safe, stable place to call home. As of September, there were 863 people who had new joint DHS-DCHA vouchers, but were searching for places to use them, and another 20 who had lease-ups pending. There were also 213 people searching for housing with their local rent supplement program voucher. That doesn't include people who were waiting to hear if they're still eligible, or the hundreds of people who've written to my office because they've been lost somewhere in the process. From constituent and advocate testimony, we hear three main concerns. It takes far too long to lease up. The documentation requirements, the forms, the income verification, the unit searches are confusing and hard to provide. And three, many voucher holders or applicants don't know who to contact, struggle to get updates, and face unresponsive staff and systems. It's easy to see why people get confused when you see what the process actually entails. We're going to hear some of the slides showing the voucher application process from start to finish. There are so many steps, verification processes, and multiple touch points with different agencies. The consequences of application delays are serious. I hear from residents that they've fallen behind on other bills, struggle with their mental health, or worry that their child will have to change schools as they move from place to place. They're also confused about documentation requirements and don't know who to contact when they have questions. Many people are waiting for housing, and they are working multiple jobs and raising kids on top of that, and they might wait for close to a year. I want us to all really think about how long a year is and what a year of that much uncertainty must feel like. We have to do better. That's why I've invested in fixing this issue for years, and Councilmember Fruman has too. Our voucher system needs reform. Everyone can agree on that. But I want to acknowledge that we've made progress. Things are getting better, thanks to tremendous strides from our agencies. In fiscal year 2023, the average number of days from approval to lease up was 421 days. In fiscal year 2024, the average was 364 days. The average in fiscal year 25 was 205 days. So from 421 days in 2023 to 205 days in 2024. That is great progress, and we still have more to do. I also want to acknowledge Acting Director Pierre and Executive Director Pettigrew, who are both dedicated public servants who've committed to working together to improve resident experiences. Earlier this year, both agencies worked with support providers to make recommendations to improve voucher lease-ups and I'm looking forward to discussing those shortly. Finally, I want to acknowledge the root of this issue. The city poured huge sums of money into housing vouchers in a relatively short time. Our system and processes sprung up as we went along because we wanted to house people swiftly for good reason. But as a result, they've grown complicated and prone to inertia. This is a complicated issue, but the easy problems have been solved by now. All that are left for us are the hard ones. One thing working for us, though, is that we all have the same shared goal: make the process more efficient and get more people housed. Today, we'll hear directly from residents, advocates, and the agencies themselves about how the committee and the council can work toward those shared goals. We don't have vouchers for every family that needs one, but we can work to maximize the impact of the vouchers we do have. Thank you to our witnesses. Thank you to DCHA and DHS for your communication, transparency, and partnership as we tackle this issue. And I now recognize my co-chair, Councilmember Matt Fruman, for an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. Good morning, everyone. I'm Matt Fruman, Ward 3 Council Member and Chairperson of the Committee on Human Services. As chair, I have oversight over DHS, which collaborates with DCHA to administer different parts of the district's locally funded housing voucher system. Anyone who's heard me talk about vouchers or public housing knows that I focus on the numbers, and I want to see the numbers. And the numbers here actually tell a pretty good story. I'm picking a different year than Chairman White. I focused on FY22. It was 484 days for a resident matched to a housing voucher to find and lease a home. That's more than a year and 3 months. After 4 years of hard work by DHS and DCHA and case managers, that number for families matched to new vouchers is around 200 days now. So cut by more than half. Just over a year ago, the district was leasing up about 60 vouchers a month. Today, in recent months, it's been more like 120. And we had testimony that we'll hear today that in the first week of November, it was 50 in just 1 week. So the progress represents real and potentially life-changing difference for hundreds of residents matched to vouchers who are still waiting for a place to call home. But we'd all agree 200 days is still too long for someone to wait for safe, stable housing. DHS has now set an ambitious goal to cut that almost in half again, to cut it to an average of 105 days. We have to keep moving towards that goal. The current leadership at DHS and DCHA has shown they're willing to look critically at their processes and pursue lasting change. For years, community members had been asking for the agencies to conduct a joint systemic review of the voucher lease-up process. Earlier this year, Acting Director Pierre of DHS and Executive Director Pettigrew of DCHA came together to make that happen. The process review report that followed identified areas where both agencies have made strides and areas where further progress is needed. Having reviewed the report in detail, I commend both agencies for their transparency and commitment to progress. DHS has evolved its processes so significantly that it left the review with only 2 substantive recommendations. That's extraordinary progress and the product of extraordinary commitment and work. We have further to go, but with a spirit of collaboration, we can get there and we can hit the mark that we have been aiming for. Today, I look forward to reviewing the recommendations with the agencies. I look forward to learning how DHS and DCHA are implementing the process reviews recommendations. I also want to hear from our public witnesses to learn what the process review may have missed and where the council and district agencies should focus their efforts. Thank you, Councilmember White, for partnering with me to organize today's Public Oversight Roundtable. Your leadership and collaboration and your team's excellent work have helped to prepare us for this critical conversation about how we can move residents more quickly off the street and into safe housing. I will say I've served on committee with you for close on 3 years, and this is a drum that you have been banging for all 3 of those years. And I hope that you feel gratified by the progress made to date, and I know you're committed to making further progress. The progress we've made shows what's possible when we focus and collaborate. Let's keep that spirit and keep our eyes on the goal, a safe place for residents to call home. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Fruman. Councilmember Felder from Ward 7.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman White and Chairman Fillman, for convening today's joint roundtable discussion to address the district's housing voucher bottleneck. Every resident in the District of Columbia deserves to have access to safe, dignified, and affordable housing, regardless of their income or race. Unfortunately, that is not the case. We have seen time and time again that our most vulnerable residents, especially those living in public housing or those receiving wraparound services through the Department of Human Services, have fallen between the cracks. District-funded housing vouchers is a prerequisite to safe, stable housing in the districts of Columbia, especially for our most vulnerable residents. However, it is clear that there are significant roadblocks to effective delivery and timely lease-ups. When we look at a place like Ward 7 specifically, we have the largest number of public housing units coupled with individuals who rent their homes to voucher recipients. We are seeing a community that is hit particularly hard by the issue due to delays in leasing up. We want to make sure that we are connecting residents who need the support of DHA, or rather DCHA, pardon me, to the units available specifically in a time like this. My office has heard firsthand from constituents who are struggling as a result of ineffective voucher delivery or delayed lease-ups. We know that it's important to protect affordable housing through the voucher program, and it is our responsibility to examine the systematic barriers delaying lease-ups for district-funded housing vouchers. This serves as an opportunity to do so, and I look forward to diving into this greater with the executive director of DCHA, as well as the director of DHS, to better understand what some of those challenges are. With that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Before we start hearing testimony, I want to lay out our ground rules for our public witnesses. Everyone should have received a copy of our witness list, and I'll call folks on the list in panels. People who have testified before my committee before know this. We use the witness list as a guide, but we do our best to get everyone's statement, and that means we need to give staff some flexibility to move folks up or down, particularly to assemble reasonable panel sizes for the witness table here in the hearing room. Please listen closely whenever I'm calling up witnesses, and thank you in advance for your patience and flexibility. When I call your name as part of a witness panel, if you're in the room, in the hearing room with us, please come and take a seat at the witness table in front of me. For folks on Zoom, staff will promote you from Zoom attendee to panelist so that you can testify. You may need to click accept promotion. When you are promoted, you'll drop out of the hearing momentarily and will come back in the hearing as a panelist, after which time you'll be able to unmute. Public witnesses will have 4 minutes to testify, and advisory neighborhood commissioners will have 5 minutes. Now, after that, we will hear from government witnesses who have 10 minutes to testify. Lastly, I promise if you see us looking down, and you will see us looking down quite a lot during your testimony, it's because I'm typing and taking notes, and for my staff, it's because either they're taking notes or administering the hearing. It's important that folks know when you show up to testify, I am listening, but I imagine, it may feel disconcerting if it looks like I'm not. So I promise I'm not scrolling Instagram. So I'll now call up our first panel of public witnesses. Chapman Todd, principal with JDOT. Jill Kopak, program manager with Everyone Home DC. McKenna Osborne, senior policy attorney with Children's Law Center. And Catalin Peter, vice president of government affairs for AOBA. Chapman Todd, you can begin your testimony when you're ready. Thanks for being with us.
Good morning. Thank you. And thank you, Chairman White and Chairman Fruman, for the opportunity to testify this morning. My name is Chapman Todd, longtime resident of the District of Columbia, and have worked on issues related to homelessness in DC for more than 30 years. With my organization, JDOT, I currently focus on the development and operation of affordable and supportive housing targeted to people who are exiting homelessness, which includes providing services as part of the district's PSH program. In 2025, JDOT has been assigned more than 250 clients in the district's PSH program and has provided resident services in a number of apartment buildings, including more than 1,000 units, many of which are homes for individuals and families utilizing vouchers through the DC Housing Authority. For perspective, in calendar year 2025, the JDOT team has assisted 134 PSH households in getting leased up in permanent housing. 81 of these households are connected with the unit-based LRSP program, and 53 are with tenant-based LRSP vouchers. The length of time from which households were referred to us to when they were leased up has averaged more than 200 days. So it's consistent with what Chairman White referenced in his opening comments. In our experience, there are a lot of external factors that lead to delays in the lease-up process that are outside of the control of the Housing Authority and DHS. This can be collecting personal documents, working with the client to identify potential units that they're interested in and meet their needs, getting required reports for applications, getting property management applications completed and approved, and coordinating scheduling with households in precarious living situations, among other things, which makes it especially crucial that we work collaboratively on the areas where we can collectively press for better efficiency to compress the timeline. As Chairman White referenced in the beginning, like the easy problems are solved, I think. This has been an effort where the numbers have gone down. The chart that you displayed on the screen is the product of a number of federal statutes, federal regulations, local statutes, local regulations. I think the steps and the compressing of the steps have been something that folks have worked on for a very long time. So at this point, for our process, it's looking at how to be most efficient. I do want to acknowledge that the Housing Authority and DHS have been very focused on working with clients, advocates, and providers to reduce the timelines. As Chairman Fruman mentioned, there have been a number of meetings this year that have resulted in reports. There were 3 that I know of were involved in person, professionally facilitated sessions that included providers, key stakeholders, advocates to address the length of time on LRSP voucher lease-ups with PSH in particular. I know that the report came out in July. I haven't seen the one from September, but I understand that will be made public shortly, or maybe it has, and I haven't seen it. And I think I want to stress today, from my perspective, that the implementation of the recommendations will be crucial to accelerating the overall strategy on getting the timelines down. This is about efficiency at this point. And so again, the easy issues are probably fixed. The efficiency is where it is at. And sticking with the recommendations that come out and agreeing to work through them and work in a long enough time frame to see what works and what doesn't is going to be really, really important. I do know that there are a number of individuals and groups testifying today, and so many issues will be covered. And I also do want to acknowledge that the timer was at 3 minutes, not 4. So I wanted to just confirm, Chairman White, are we at 3 or 4? So
it's 4. So
okay. So I'm not going to address a number of issues. I know there's people with a lot of expertise in areas that are beyond mine, and I'll be interested to be listening all day for what other things come up. I do want to spin two things in particular from our experience at JDOT that would perhaps be places that we could look at for some increased efficiency. And it comes up for what both council members mentioned before about documentation, in particular with the RFTA packages, thinking about how to make more clear the documentation requests and have a system that is in place that can be both online and in person for clients, and then be consistent with that and get in would be one way where my team has felt, again, this is not moving the needle this much, it's moving it a little bit, but at this point we're really working on like where can we curve off so that days don't become weeks, don't become months, and looking at the RFTA package is one area. And do want to reference the in-person and online component of that because we have particularly seen that can be complicating for our clients with how challenging current housing situations. The other issue that I want to mention, which is particular to my work with JDOT, is about the unit-based LRSP lease-ups on projects that have tax credit financing. Stretch-up lease-up timelines in tax credit finance projects have a particularly high risk for the financing of those buildings with the tax credit compliance period being met. It's a regular ongoing issue, and DC Housing Authority and DHS have worked very hard on that. I think I would say going forward, making sure that there is a dedicated person that is aware of the risks, which are way beyond just like someone not being housed, but have complications that ricochet into DHCD and HFA financing that have costs well beyond the just getting someone leased up as quickly as possible. And so to stay focused on the particular set of circumstances for tax credit finance projects that have a different set of timelines and priorities that is like very important for coordinating across the agencies that are beyond just the two in here. With that, I'm going to look forward to hearing the comments today. And I do want to acknowledge the Housing Authority and the DHS staff for all the work that has gone into getting forward where we are right now, because there's been a lot of progress made and a lot of commitment, strong leadership teams at both agencies that have moved it to where we are now and that are positioned for us to really like accelerate and make this timelines work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gio Kopak.
Good morning, Chairperson White and Chairperson Fruman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jill Kopic. I'm the program manager of Everyone Home DC's Permanent Supportive Housing Program. Founded in 1967, Everyone Home DC works with individuals and families at risk of or experiencing homelessness. We envision the District of Columbia as a thriving and diverse community where everyone has access to safe, comfortable, and affordable homes regardless of wealth or social status. I'm here today to talk about our work of our PSH team and our experience with the administration of LRSP vouchers. Having joined Everyone Home DC's PSH team this summer, I am the newest team member, but I'm no stranger to DC's housing homeless service system. I've been part of this community since 2006, holding positions in policy, advocacy, and direct service. I have a comprehensive understanding of the evolution of DC's PSH housing subsidies. When I first started working in PSH in 2008, most of our vouchers were administered in-house by DHS, with some households having HCVP vouchers administered by DCHA. Since that time, the program has evolved to using LRSP vouchers. Since we are a relatively new PSH provider, our team has extensive experience with the current housing navigation process. Our program started working with our first household in March of 2023, and today our team works alongside 98 households, 63 of which are now housed, and 35 households are in various stages of the housing navigation phase. In my written testimony, there will be a breakdown of the steps that people are in. In our internal data, it shows for us, on average, 288 days for a single adult in our program to lease up right now, and a shocking 471 days for a family. So again, we have a smaller program and it's looking back over the years, but it's a significant increase from the numbers that you guys have shared. I know that we can do better because we also have done better. One individual came to us with an approved voucher in hand and signed a lease within 50 days. And so we know this can happen for them, it can happen for everyone. With this example of progress in mind, we're grateful for the collaborative work of DHS, DCHA, and the provider community. which has demonstrated a commitment to identifying and implementing solutions to expedite the voucher process. Our team participated in the review process, which took place over 2 days in July and then a follow-up meeting in September. We're excited to be part of this collective effort and look forward to seeing that implementation plan and timeline for executing those changes. Some challenges we continue to experience, which we hope can be addressed, include ongoing issues with self-certification of income and lengthy wait times for the RFTA packets. In our experience, this tends to be the longest part of the process. Currently, approximately 1/3 of our households are in our program who are in the housing navigation phase are awaiting approval of their RFTA packet. And again, I'll have more details of that in our written testimony. We are also concerned about the recent news that the Housing Authority's new online system, Rent Cafe, may not be compatible with LRSP vouchers and has to follow the federal requirements that could result in additional obstacles for our PSH participants. We hope that we can work on solutions together to avoid increased barriers for our clients. Before I close, I would like to share the story of a family in our program who has been in the housing navigation process since the summer of 2023. After repeated issues with confirming both non-receipt of child support, termination of employment, followed by a series of other barriers, they're still not leased up. They have understandably become increasingly frustrated with the process and have lost trust in the system, and frankly, are frustrated also with us as a case management team. I raise this to highlight the real human impact of these delays. I believe that we're all motivated by the same goal, to get people housed quickly. We also know that everyone has a role to play in improving the process, and there's no single solution that will instantly fix lease-up times. As a PSH provider, we are committed to working alongside DHS and DCHA to accelerate the process so that we can help more people find homes. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and available to answer questions.
Thank you very much. McKenna Osborne from the Children's Law Center.
Good morning, Chairpersons White and Fruman and members of the committee. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm a senior policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a resident of the district. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Thank you for convening this joint roundtable to discuss the persistent barriers to timely utilization of district-funded housing vouchers and identify concrete solutions that will ensure DC families can successfully and efficiently use those vouchers to access stable housing. Children's Law Center regularly works with families who have received or are eligible to receive a local voucher. We see firsthand how a lack of communication and lengthy delays throughout the voucher administration process add to families' uncertainty and stress and prevent them from exiting unsafe and unhealthy housing situations. In my testimony today, I'd like to highlight areas where Children's Law Center's clients experience the most frequent problems and suggest possible solutions for the committees to discuss with DHS and DCHA. On the initial voucher application process, first, we need a better understanding of what happens at DCHA after an application is submitted for review. It appears that applications can sit for weeks before an eligibility specialist begins reviewing them. Why? And what is the average time between submission to actually being under review? What resources would DCHA need, maybe technology or staffing, to shorten that time? For example, could Rent Cafe or another tool support an automatic initial review for completeness and notify applicants immediately if they're missing documentation? Additionally, our clients regularly wait weeks to receive a status update via email from anyone at the agencies, or are told their file is missing documentation they've already emailed someone at one of the agencies. We understand from DCHA that the resident-facing portal of Rent Cafe is fully up and running for federal vouchers, and that there may be challenges for using the same system for local vouchers. We hope that we can find a way to have a similar resident-facing portal for local vouchers. It would be incredibly helpful for our clients to be able to check on the status of their applications themselves and directly upload documents at any time. It would also cut down on the calls and emails applicants make to the agencies asking for updates. On the process to find and lease up after receiving a voucher, the new rent reasonableness procedures remain a sticking point. We've had clients have to submit multiple RFTA packets, which is expensive and takes up time because their units do not meet rent reasonableness. During performance oversight, DCHA indicated that an affordablehousing.com pre-check tool that would allow landlords to check rent reasonableness before they, in a tenant, submit an RFTA packet would be available by the end of 2025. What is the status of that effort, and how can DHS and DCHA work together to provide more predictability for voucher applicants on rent reasonableness? Also, for the 1,300 families in rapid rehousing that received federal vouchers last year, DHS reported that their staff were taking a more active role to help families with their housing search and to navigate the lease-up process. It would be helpful to know if that was effective and if there are any lessons learned from that effort that could be applied to the local voucher program more broadly. The written testimony I will submit for the record shortly will go into greater detail on these points, and I welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catalin Peter with AOBA.
Good morning, Chairpersons White and Fruman and members of the committees. My name is Catalin Peter, and I serve as the Vice President of Government Affairs for the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan DC's residential portfolio. Our members are owners and property managers managing nearly 120,000 rental homes across the district. We are, as many call us, the housing providers. AOBA members are deeply committed to housing stability in the district. They provide homes for thousands of residents who rely on vouchers, and they want these programs to succeed. The system, as we have heard so far today, is breaking down. And those breakdowns now threaten the financial viability of the very housing the district depends on. I'm going to go off script a little bit and say that we also agree with many of the issues stated today. My testimony actually mirrors much of what was said today. And I do believe that while these issues are not massive public policy angles or always thought-provoking, these smaller administrative issues add up. And I think that that is what we are really seeing, is that each of these delayed emails or each of these something was lost or a document was lost. And for a program that is so critical to the district and so large, and so many people rely on it, and housing providers have to function within it, unfortunately, our margin for error for administrative issues is going to be smaller because people's lives depend on it. Their housing depends on it. And so we're grateful for the amount of oversight that this committee and Councilmember Fruman's committee is doing, because oftentimes these administrative issues, they just do not get the attention that they deserve. And I think that we look towards the larger scale issues. So again, I want to say that I'm going to, in my 2 minutes left, echo much of what was said and state that it's not necessarily a failure of one system or another. I think it's often just smaller issues adding up on top of one another. And we all know that 1,000 paper cuts, it can really fail a system that overall the mission is correct and right, but these smaller issues do add up. So first, let me state that the administrative delays, that's definitely the most significant barrier our members face. And it's not their not willingness to work with the voucher program. The infrastructure surrounding the program is chronically under-resourced and it's unpredictable. And those delays create real financial harm. Inspections, re-inspections, rent reasonableness determinations, and communications, they often stretch beyond reasonable timeframes. These delays are not the fault of individual caseworkers or staff. We have worked tirelessly with leadership. Once someone from the agency or someone from the leadership gets involved with an issue, usually the issues are resolved, and they take, I can't emphasize enough how much effort they take into resolving those. But each time, you shouldn't have to basically go through one person who now has to dedicate 24 or 28 hours just to relieve one small administrative issue. So every stalled approval is not simply an inconvenience, it's a mounting financial loss. Providers cannot absorb this impact of prolonged vacancies, shifting or inconsistent timelines any longer. And some, as you very well know from our members, we're reaching the edge of financial insolvency. So I will submit my written testimony, which has more details, but we do recommend increasing staffing and resources so agency teams and caseworkers have the tools and the time they need to manage caseloads effectively. I cannot emphasize enough that each of these small issues, they take time. I think we all know from even our personal lives, one small administrative issue can set you back hours a day. And when this adds up within a framework of the Housing Choice Voucher Program, I think that's what we're here today to solve. So we're committed to working together, helping improve these administrative issues. We thank you for doing this because we know it's not always the most immediate gratification, but we do believe we've seen improvements and will continue to if the oversight and the work is there. Thank you.
Thank you very much to this panel. Before I jump to the conclusion that this increasing staff will solve the problem, I think we first have to understand if there are some systems fixes. So McKenna Osborne, one thing you mentioned that's occurred to me is why can people not be notified more quickly or even automatically if there are errors in applications? Are the errors, are they common denominators in those errors? Like, is there a particular place where a lot of people make errors that we could just do a cursory check first and send it back? I have to believe there are some fixes like that. I think you get to those things by being open to feedback and having the right people at the table. And I do want to commend the agencies for being cooperative here, and then Chairman Fruman as well for really picking up this torch and continuing the drive and oversight here. Jill Kopic, one thing I want to understand better about your testimony, 471 days on average for families?
Yeah, that's been since the start of our program in March 23. So it's everyone who's leased up since that time.
Okay.
So we could break it down to see if there's, I'm assuming there has been a decrease with the different voucher years as well, and include that in our written testimony. But that's been since
I
the program
appreciate it.
started.
I mean, it's not an acceptable number, but it would be helpful to know if it has moved. So if you would include that,
Yeah.
I would appreciate it. And then on the RFTA packets, which you mentioned and Chapman Todd mentioned, you see delays for the RFTA packet getting approved by DCHA. Is that where you see the holdup?
I think, as everyone's mentioned, it's little steps along the way. So
Yeah,
sometimes it's a mistake. I will say, I mean, it's happened twice this week specifically, where an RFTA packet, the length of time it took for the housing specialist team at DHS to review took over a month. So we just had to redo the dates because it's outdated now. So there's examples of just simple things like that. I also wanted to add, as you're thinking through ways to automate things, another example of delays that I feel like are unnecessary is after a unit passes inspection and you're moving to lease up with a landlord, often the landlords request tenancy approval notices just to have it in written documentation that this client is leasing up under a housing voucher. And sometimes that can take a week or two to get that letter. And I feel like if that was just automatically generated every time an inspection passed, because we have to ask for it for the majority of our clients after their inspection passes. So simple things, again, like you said, to decrease little days here and there throughout the entire process.
Chapman Todd, are you seeing similar issues with the RFTA package or different?
So it's the same issue, and I guess I would say that I think that everyone involved is aware of them, but it's the friction points that, again, days become weeks, become months, where there's the opportunity. And I would suggest, at least from my perspective, on the front end of having a clear and consistent package that reduces the opportunity for errors on the front end is one way to avoid some of the back and forth. And it's training, it's working with property managers, it's working with providers, it's working with clients, then having a clear and consistent form and understanding what needs to be in there. Again, it's I think easy to say and then hard to do maybe in getting that going. And part of my testimony was about coming out of this process of recommendations and saying, we're going to stick with this for a while. We're going to train upstream, we're going to train downstream, we're going to make this the system that we use for a while and try to reduce the friction points. And again, there are individual issues and they get solved, as Jill referenced, they get solved, but that's where you wind up with, why isn't this 30 days? Why is this 45 days? It's because there was back and forth about something that was not clear for someone on the front end to do, and then it ran out 30 days and then it comes back and then you start again. So it's those issues that like around the edges that collectively
Mhm.
add up to this being so long.
Has, would it be helpful, let's say theoretically, there was a call line that landlords and let's say line staff at DCHA could call and say, hey, here's what we're seeing on the ground. Do you think that would give us insights, more keen insights into what's happening? Or do you think we would end up coming to same conclusions that we have now?
Directed for me. I think there is the issue of that the staffing is pressed, and I know that both Housing Authority and DHS are working on getting that done. It's like there's some of it is, from my perspective, a capacity issue. And so maybe the hotline would work, and I'll be interested if there's testimony from others today that would maybe be outside of what I hear. But I think that the issues that'll come up would be known to both Housing Authority staff and the provider staff. I don't know that we would learn anything new other than like maybe we could draw lessons of like comparing notes like, okay, this happened X number of times and we could make this adjustment to the process.
Okay,
Oh, may I
please.
kind of answer? I think what you just stated, upstream, downstream, sticking with a system and getting that system right and focusing on these small issues and fixing them or each time they come up, and taking one small administrative issue and actually really fixing that one small thing will over time, I think, end up to these months becoming less months and then becoming weeks and then perhaps becoming even more faster.
So what I'm pulling from this panel is possibly, RFTA package. I think we need to focus in there. I think there is certainly some meat on the bone there that we can shave off some days and maybe even weeks in some instances. An initial review of applications to look for clear or common errors, and possibly looking at staffing. Those are the high level things I'm looking at here. What I try to do is sort of an 80-20 of all the problems. Like, what are the things that are going to help us the most? So with the first panel, that's sort of what I'm seeing, and I hope others will weigh in there or in different places. But let me turn it over to our co-chair Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. A couple of different questions. Ms. Osborne, when you talked about sort of an automatic review, I know it's a hot button issue, but AI jumped to mind. And I wonder if in other places, folks are using technology to do that kind of initial review. You don't want technology, AI, to be a decision maker, but as a filter. So I'm curious, what are you thinking about when you think about some sort of an automated review?
Well, the automated review is something that Yardi, the software that DCHA uses to manage a lot of their tasks, and that Rent Cafe is a part of. That's something they advertise on their website as a possibility within Rent Cafe for voucher applications. So that's where looking at that was saying, oh, that's capable in Rent Cafe. And if it's being used in other PHAs, we could, make sure that it's functional, it's actually helpful, and it's not creating problems for applicants or any privacy concerns. Outside of that, and other ways to use AI or automation, we would have to do more thinking or talking to experts on that. But that's where there's a concern that if we can't use the same Rent Cafe portal and processes for local vouchers that are being used for federal vouchers, we're missing that opportunity to have that already established automated tool. And is there a way that we can find for that system to work for local vouchers?
All right, well, thank you. I mean, I think one wants to be careful in the use of AI, but there's ways in which it may be powerful. So I do think that could be an area to explore carefully. A different thing that I was thinking about when hearing each step in the process and reading about each step in the process, is there any kind of a tracking on an individual application that showed here you are in the match to assignment to a voucher phase, and this application has been in that phase for 1 day, 2 day, 60 days so that it would be an alert to the folks who are working on it. Something's wrong here. Has that kind of idea been explored, sort of a dashboard of tracking that could be helpful to supervisors?
I think that would be amazing. I think there is tracking of that process because I've seen report outs and like ICH meetings from DHS of their numbers in each of those steps. And I know we track internally, but there's not the connection to a flag, I think, to flag that there's a problem there, which I think could be really helpful.
That, yes, from our experience, it's often our attorneys who are kind of tracking the timelines for their clients and then pushing kind of DHS or DCHA for an update and saying, this has been, it's been over 30 days. What, can you let us know what's going on? And also, we know that DHS, I believe, has access to some of that information, at least for voucher applications, because sometimes they provide us with updates saying, we can see in our system the application was submitted on this day. It was under review as of this day. But I don't know if they're doing anything with that information if they see that it's taking longer than expected.
I mean, part of it is there are these bumps along the road, but it may be that somebody's grappling with a bump along the road and there's one that's sitting there for longer and longer, but it may or may not be visible to people who are supervising. So just as food for thought of how do we wring time out of this system? Ms. Peters, rent reasonableness. I could ask this to everybody, but the one of the things that is a theme is there a way to get pre-authorization on rent reasonableness so that it doesn't become a gotcha at the end? And I have to believe that your members would be focused on this. I'm curious if you have thoughts about what things we could do to improve the rent reasonableness evaluation.
I mean, I believe what you just stated is to do it, to have it, the phrase that you used was
Pre-authorization.
Yes, to have some sort of pre-authorization. I mean, I know that that is a constant pain point in terms of our members, is whether it's the actual number itself coming back too low or not knowing what it is or any inconsistencies in that process. So I do believe pre-authorization could be helpful.
And has your association come forward with a specific proposal along those lines?
No, not yet. And so that's something that we are working towards.
Okay, Mr. Todd, great to see you, as usual. One of the things you raised was the challenges for a LIHTC project, which have we had tax-supported, tax incentive projects fail because of delay in processing the vouchers?
So has anything failed? No. What there are costs for and tax, the tax credits become at risk or, what are devalued based on a timeline. So it is a unique set of circumstances in tax credit financed buildings for the lease up on the front end. And it's a bit of a balancing act, honestly, to get referrals in and then have them processed and have the inspections done and then have them in time for the 100% occupancy that is required for the tax credit compliance. It's a moving target and every project is different in that regard. But it is one where then I raised it because in particular, it's been one that I think that the agencies and the developers have wrestled with a bit because it involves agencies' pressure that are beyond the Housing Authority and say beyond DHS, who then become players in the conversation and will say, hey, this is like, we need this to move quicker there. It's an opportunity to utilize, the suggestion is one person is focused on those particular buildings and is essentially the point person at the agencies for that application, which I think has been piloted at the Housing Authority. It's one way to resolve that. But the answer is, have projects failed? No. Have there been real significant costs to projects based on tax credits because of the timing? That's not just the vouchers, could be other factors as well. I'm sure that's the case.
All right, and so the idea would be some sort of dedicated staff that has an eye on this category of building.
Yes, and I think that it is the case that that's been a priority for the agencies as this became more, my perspective, having worked on these type of projects for a few years, is that like when when there was more resources through Housing Production Trust Fund and a higher emphasis on other district agencies involved in tax credit projects that then had site-based vouchers or LRSP, it brought a different set of emphasis and, say, urgency to the district when multiple agencies were involved and saw the deals changing if the lease-ups didn't occur by X date.
All right, super helpful. Were you raising your hand?
I was going to say, I agree with everything you just said, and that's exactly what we're hearing from our members too. It's not necessarily a wholesale failure, but the requirements are there. And if those requirements aren't met, it does create massive financial issues.
All right, well, I have now gone over my time. Thank you to this panel. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for all the things that you do on behalf of our city.
Thank you so much, Chair Fruman. Thank you to this panel. Next panel will be Kelly Sweeney McShane, President and CEO of Community of Hope, Sheila Davis, Director of Special Projects at Jubilee Housing, Tyrell Holcomb, Vice President of External Affairs with Jubilee Housing, and Elizabeth Butterworth, Attorney with Legal Counsel for the Elderly. Thank you. And Kelly Sweeney McShane, you can begin your testimony. Welcome.
Great. Good morning. My name's Kelly Sweeney McShane. I'm President and CEO of Community of Hope. We are both a federally qualified community health center as well as a homeless services provider, serving about 1,600 households in our housing programs and about 16,000 patients in our health centers. I'm here today to discuss the advocacy of Community of Hope and other advocates and providers, and echo a lot of what you've already heard on the first panel. But I really want to focus on the necessity of a clear work plan to implement the system changes that we've had some great conversations about. While I acknowledge the work that the work has been done to dramatically decrease the number of voucher applications that are more than 60 days old, there is still a need for an efficient, consistent process, especially as the new Rent Cafe system comes online in January, and DHS reports that over 1,100 vouchers have not yet been leased. As mentioned, there have been several multi-day process reviews between the Housing Authority, DHS, providers, advocates, and people with lived experience, and a follow-up meeting in September, which I personally also attended. In attending the September meeting, I was struck again by the many, many, many steps that are involved in this process. But I was also very pleased, and it's been mentioned today, with the open and solutions-focused conversations between the Housing Authority, DH staff, and the providers. While there are many areas of agreement, such as allowing self-certification for various pieces of information, there do continue to be some significant areas that need to be resolved, including what it will take for Rent Cafe to work for the permanent supportive housing program and the vulnerable and unhoused populations. Regarding Rent Cafe, which is coming fully online in January, we have several concerns about how the system will be rolled out and what it will take to make the system work. For clients who lack regular access to computers, who don't have cell phones, who don't have access to internet, a fully online system creates potential for accessibility issues and missing deadlines. We also understand that the Rent Cafe application templates may not be customizable to LRSP, but will rely on the federal requirements, which will create additional barriers in the application process. We hope that a plan is being created that allows providers to access the system to assist clients and that other accessible options remain available. I think the Housing Authority hopes that the Rent Cafe will help to really remove a lot of inefficiencies and solve problems. My question is, what if it doesn't? What if it's creating further problems? How long do we wait? And at what point do we start thinking about some very different approaches than maybe what we're doing now? Although Director Pettigrew has received a report from the follow-up meeting, provider partners have not yet been able to review the report. This leaves us unable to determine which recommendations are in process and what to expect in terms of implementation timelines. The follow-up report is also supposed to classify recommendation items, what would require changes to standard operating procedures versus that would have a change in the admin plan or legislation. We need a document that clearly outlines what steps are to be taken, by what date, who within each agency is responsible for executing that step, and how are we going to measure progress. And also, and very importantly, we need a very strong communications plan so everybody knows what the changes are and are following up. Director Pettigrew shared at the DC Housing Authority board meeting yesterday that this report would be released next week. I do want to make a quick comment on the admin plan, which I understand has also been released and which I have not yet had a chance to review. In the last version, we have concerns that there were some provisions that reduce the timeline for a client to lease up from 180 to 120 days with an option for accommodation. But we know we're already struggling to get to the 180 days, so we're concerned that that creates some additional barriers. I understand the admin plan also includes language prioritizing people in the homelessness continuum of care, which we also strongly support. So I thank you for the opportunity to testify. I do have a team member later on the panel who can talk much more specifically to implementation, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Sheila Davis, welcome.
Good morning, Chairman White and Chairman Fruitman. Did I get it right? I serve today for Jubilee Housing. Again, my name is Sheila Davis. I am the Director of Special Projects and Compliance for Jubilee Housing. Earlier this morning, I already got my issue resolved with DC Housing. And I just want to say that the DC Housing, today I had a script to read about my testimony, but I want to just shine in on DC Housing today, if that's okay with you, Mr. White, Chairman White. DC Housing and Jubilee, you know, we had some struggles in the past, but I can say today that everything that we have been dealing with DC Housing, it has been fixed. And I don't think that, you know, Keith Pettigrew, Nicole, and Okesha, and Mr. Shaw, Beth Chisman, and Jenny Labby, I don't think they get enough praise today because they have been a rock for Jubilee Housing. When I call, they answer. When I have an issue, they complete it. And the only issue that we did have was about uploading the photo ID for the LRSP. We got that resolved when we was out in the chambers. So I just want to say, I want to just say to the DC Housing Authority, I thank you for everything that you do for Jubilee Housing and the community and our tenants. And that's just basically what I wanted to say today. I just want to thank them for that and thank them for getting everything fixed for Jubilee Housing and our residents.
Thank you so much. Tyrell Holcomb with Jubilee Housing, welcome.
Thank you, Chairperson White. Good morning. Good morning, Chairperson Fruitman as well, and other members of the committee who may be watching. My name is Tyrell Holcomb, and I serve as the Vice President of External Affairs at Jubilee Housing. Thank you for this opportunity to testify and for your ongoing commitment to ensuring that our city's housing resources reach residents efficiently and equitably. While Jubilee Housing is an organization located in the Ward 1 community, in the Adams Morgan community in Ward 1, I'm a native Washingtonian who resides in Ward 7, and I'm proud to do the work that we do daily, rooted in justice housing, which is housing connected to nearby services and beyond. I want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank the District of Columbia Housing Authority and the Department of Human Services. The work of these agencies is not easy. Every day, their teams are balancing an incredible volume of applications, inspections, and partnerships while managing expectations from both residents and providers. I know from direct experience that the staff within these agencies care deeply about getting this right, and their commitment deserves certainly to be recognized. As my colleague Sheila Davis's written testimony that will be submitted for the record shares out, the local rent supplemental program is one of the district's most effective housing tools, but the administrative process can certainly slow down this very progress it's designed to create. Small operational improvements can go a long way in addressing that, such as allowing case managers to send color identification documents directly to agency staff, and implementing a simple two-step reminder system before applications expire. These adjustments will prevent families from having to restart the process, reducing delays, and help ensure residents move into stable housing at a faster pace. Ultimately, we share the same goal: a process that is timely, transparent, and centered on residents' success. I want to thank both committees for keeping this issue at the forefront and for creating space where providers, residents, and agencies have the opportunity to work together toward solutions. Jubilee Housing stands ready and committed to continuing partnering with the district to strengthen these systems, share what's working, and do our part to ensure that every voucher awarded translates into a family that's housed. Thank you for your time today and your continued leadership, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much. And Elizabeth Butterworth with Legal Counsel for the Elderly. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Butterworth. I'm a staff.
Could you turn? Thank
I'm
you.
a staff attorney at Legal Counsel for the Elderly. LCE defends, protects, and empowers DC residents ages 50 and over. My colleagues and I frequently support voucher holders during the housing search and lease-up process. For several years during performance oversight hearings and roundtables like this, LCE has presented the council a laundry list of problems clients face leasing up. Our testimony often focused on DCHA's failure to fulfill basic customer service obligations, and this continues to be a problem. While we appreciate that DCHA is working with LCE to improve customer service experience and has made changes based on some of our recommendations, we often encounter lease-up problems like the ones that I will highlight below. LCE clients rely on the voucher program to exit homelessness, move out of dangerous living environments, and move to apartments that accommodate their disabilities. The rental housing market already creates many barriers to leasing up: soaring rents that DCHA determines are not rent reasonable, unsafe housing conditions, and discrimination. DCHA's inexplicable administrative delays create additional barriers to housing opportunities and cause severe harm. At its worst, DCHA completely fails to respond to basic tenants' requests. For example, Mr. B is a 79-year-old voucher holder. He needs to move and has been requesting a transfer voucher for 6 months. He currently lives in an apartment with severe housing code violations, and he is concerned about drug use on the property. Since May, our office has sent 5 requests for a transfer briefing to all levels of DCHA program leadership. We've not received a single response. There's no conceivable explanation or excuse for DCHA's complete failure to respond to Mr. B's request, and he is being denied the key benefit of the voucher program, choice, and he is forced to live in unsafe conditions. I echo what others have said about the RFTA process. When a client is in the RFTA process, DCHA communicates almost exclusively with the potential landlord, and the process can last many months. Even when tenants and their advocates ask for updates, the responses are neither timely nor transparent, and we are left guessing what needs to happen to complete the RFTA, which often results in egregiously delayed or missed housing opportunities. For example, my client, Ms. F, is a 63-year-old tenant who has tried submitting an RFTA for the same apartment 3 times. When Ms. F moved to her apartment, she had a transfer voucher. Her landlord submitted an RFTA, but DCHA determined the rent was not reasonable. The landlord then lowered the rent to the reasonable amount, but DCHA had already rejected the RFTA. Ms. F signed a lease for market rate because she needed to move out of a dangerous apartment with mold and other severe housing code violations. She then asked her landlord to submit the RFTA a second time. This time, DCHA rejected the RFTA because the landlord did not submit all required information. DCHA opened the RFTA a third time, and LCE asked what information needed to be submitted so that Ms. F could work with her landlord on the process. DCHA did not respond, and last week we were informed that once again the RFTA had been rejected. Ms. F is on top of her paperwork and communicates with her landlord and with LCE. If from the beginning DCHA had given us access to the same information the landlord had, I have no doubt that she would be using her voucher today, and instead she's at risk of eviction. Finally, DCHA's failure to coordinate internally has a particularly devastating impact on the rights of disabled voucher holders. When a tenant with a disability needs an extension of their voucher as a reasonable accommodation, they often first ask their housing specialist, who tells the tenant they need to submit paperwork to the ADA office. When the ADA office grants a reasonable accommodation extension, they send the tenant a notice saying that the extension is granted and they need to call the main DCHA phone number to inform the voucher program and get their voucher. And this always causes delays because it's notoriously difficult to reach DCHA by phone. It makes no sense to place the burden of communicating between DCHA offices on the disabled tenant once the reasonable accommodation request has been granted. I want to end by emphasizing that the clients that I described are a small subset of voucher holders who have an attorney zealously advocating for them, and they're still facing prolonged homelessness, unsafe living conditions, and extreme financial and emotional stress due to DCHA's dysfunctional administrative processes. DCHA and LCE share a goal, providing safe housing for DC seniors. We're committed to continuing to work with DCHA to meet this goal, but DC residents should not need an attorney to simply participate in the voucher program. We're asking the council to exercise oversight authority to make sure the voucher program works as it's supposed to. Thank you.
Thank you so much to this panel. Elizabeth Butterworth, I might have missed this. The woman at risk of eviction, thank you for sharing that story. It helps to make these issues more real, although I hate hearing them. That was caught, maybe is still caught in the RFTA package cycle maze. What information did the landlord have that the client didn't have that would have been helpful?
So DCHA, once the RFTA package is submitted, DCHA is communicating directly with the landlord through the online portal and telling the landlord if they need more information. They're not telling the tenant and they're not telling us what information is needed. We asked, once we realized the landlord hadn't submitted everything necessary, and before the third try at the RFTA, we asked, what documents are still necessary so that we could work with the landlord, but we never got a response. And then because the landlord presumably didn't submit what was necessary, the RFTA was closed again. So one thing that would be incredibly helpful is if the tenants and their advocates had access to the communications in the portal and knew all of the documents that were required at every stage of the RFTA process.
You mentioned that while that process is happening, most of it has to do is between the landlord and the agency, and clients aren't hearing back. Do you have a sense of why clients are not hearing back timely when they ask for updates?
I think that it relates to the general sort of administrative difficulty of getting prompt answers. When it's not that DCHA is never responding or isn't trying to work with us, but when it takes longer to get an answer than it takes for the RFTA process to terminate. And so there's a disconnect in terms of how quickly the communication is happening. And we have to proactively ask for the information because the automatic communication is just DCHA to landlord.
Okay. Do you have a sense of whether this is likely staff being stretched too thin?
I would say probably. I mean, that does seem to be at the root of difficulties with prompt communication, but I'm not sure exactly what the internal process is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tyrell Holcomb and Sheila Davis, how are your clients navigating inspections? How's that going?
Our clients get an email. We get an email because when we send up the voucher packet, we put the tenant's email on there and our email as well. So both tenant and as us being the landlord, we get the emails. So our inspections are good. We deal with Kelsey Jones.
Okay.
She's really good in the inspections department where she sends us out our emails.
And those inspections usually happen when they say it's going to happen?
Yes, they do.
Okay. What about rent reasonableness? How are you all navigating and your clients navigating that?
We have got our rent reasonable. We have no problem. I handle all the rent reasonables. And not to cut you off, when the housing authority, we have Beth Chisholm that's, I guess she assigned to us.
Mm-hmm.
When she sends out the rent reasonables letters, rent determination notices, we have someone in our back office that we send a cover letter to our tenant. We email them and we send it to them certified mail.
Okay. And so the landlords usually, or you all usually meet the rent reasonableness standard, and so there's no back and forth, or?
No, there's no back and forth, no.
Okay.
We haven't had those problems.
Okay. And, I am, appreciate you shouting out things that are working well with the Housing Authority. A lot of folks have put a lot of work and time into hearing some testimonies like that. And, most of our hearings about places we need to improve. So, no surprise, we still hear critiques, but I'm glad to hear that you feel like there's a good working partnership. That is really important.
Yes, we do have a good working partnership with DC Housing Authority.
Excellent. And Kelly Sweeney McShane, can you say more about what's not working with Rent Cafe? I know you have somebody else coming to testify later.
Yeah.
Happy to.
So I think the hope of technology is to make this more efficient, right?
Mhm.
But if you need a password and access, and you don't have a phone and you don't have a computer, and the provider and case manager, one of the things talked about, like, is there a way to flag if someone's in PSH and there's a case manager email? How can a case manager help someone enroll? If you get an email saying you need these documentation in 10 days, you don't get the email, you don't go and you don't check it, you miss the 10 days, you get kicked backwards again, right?
Mhm.
So I think there's just a lot of those logistics that on one hand, it's like, oh, this is the wave of the future. On the other hand, looking at our specific population,
Yeah.
what does it take to make that work
Mhm.
and not, and thinking that through.
Okay.
So,
Okay, so maybe a different question, process question than I asked the previous panel. Have we done, I'm sure there's a word for this, but where you bring in a number of clients and sort of, track their progress so you can see in real time what issues the clients are having? Do you know if we've done anything like that? Like a case study?
I don't know. I mean, I think that was also part of the idea of these process reviews where the glitches. And I think it's back to how do you get a consistent system
That's
that
right.
works for everybody and that there's the visibility. And back to this point, there's not the visibility. The patient doesn't know, I mean, it's patient, sorry, my health world. The client doesn't know where they are in the system. The provider
Yeah.
doesn't know in their system. Housing authority knows some, DHS needs some. So how do you create it consistent for everybody?
What's your level of confidence that this issue is known at the top of leadership agencies, council?
So, I mean, I think it's known, but it is complicated, right? And so that's where I get to the like project management, work plan, who's doing what, are we tackling it? Is it working? If it's not, because there's so many levels
Yeah.
of complexity that keep changing, right?
Yeah. And I mean, that points to a management challenge, but there's also a visibility challenge. For instance, with Rent Cafe, we might say, oh, okay, well, we created the system. Great. It alerts you, it sends emails. But if you're not thinking that many of the users might have case managers that might check it or don't have access, then, we're missing some things and we need that perspective.
And I think there's the communication piece. So if changes are happening in the agencies, but how do the clients know? How do the case managers know? Okay, this has changed. Like Rent Reasonable, I believe you can do the pre-authorization and some of the providers are doing it, but do you know, like, so there has to be a whole sort of change in thinking around that external communication. And when it changes frequently, it's hard to keep up.
Yeah.
And that feedback loop, like you said, this was going to happen, but it actually hasn't happened yet. So there needs to be some attention to that component as well.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Chairman Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. Thank you to the folks from Jubilee Housing. I mean, you guys are amazing. Thank you for the work that you do and for the testimony and for the positive shout outs to the agencies. Really appreciate that. Ms. Butterworth, on the package, the RFDA package, we're hearing a lot about that. Need to dial in on that clearly. You raised for the first time the reasonable accommodation issue, and it is striking. I mean, the idea, if I heard you correctly, someone got approval by DCHA and then were told to inform another part of DCHA and then had a challenge in doing that. Have you spoken to DCHA about this and having some kind of internal, once the accommodation has been granted, it would seem natural that you would inform the client and the voucher managers at the same time. Is there a response to why that has not been happening?
I don't have a response, and to be honest, I don't think I've raised that policy recommendation, partly because when I'm involved in a case, it's I then email the correct voucher program manager, but that still creates a delay, even my having to take that step. So I don't know why that's the process, but I imagine it would be an easy fix to put a system in place where all of this happens automatically from the tenant's perspective, and they just receive their granted accommodation and their voucher without having to take extra steps.
Okay, well, I mean, one of the panelists on the last panel talked about there's maybe all these little administrative things, and the thing is to identify them and work them through. And maybe that's what we're doing here with that, because it does seem like there's a pretty easy fix to that now that it's been identified. So thank you for that. Ms. Sweeney McShane, I'm going to go back to Rent Cafe with you, because we do see people talking about this in different ways. And there's one category of issues which is folks who don't have the access or facility with technology. And so if we're in a solely technology-driven space, we're going to leave people out. And again, on the last panel, I think there were people who spoke about the need to have a technology approach and an in-person approach, because technology is going to work for some people, maybe a lot of people, and be very efficient, but it's going to require in-person for others. So don't put all your weight on technology. So that's one category, and I think message received on that, and I think Acting Director Pierre may speak to that as well later. A different thing we hear is that Rent Cafe may not be entirely compliant with local requirements, that it may be compliant with federal requirements, but there may be a challenge locally. Can you give some texture to what that is? I've heard that reference, but I don't know what is being suggested by that. Can you speak to that?
Well, there are different, I don't want to say more, I mean, there are very specific federal requirements, residency, verification of income, other things that the local regulations are much more flexible on, both in terms of eligibility as well as in terms of documentation.
I see. So the federal bar might be here and the local bar might be lower
I would
than
just say
that.
they're different.
Different.
And,
So
and different for a reason.
And so what, as far as you know, what is being done, and I guess we'll be asking this of the agency folks, what is being done so that the tool can accommodate those differences?
I think that would be a great question to ask and understand as it gets rolled out, to understand the implications.
And the other thing you said in this space, which was worrisome to me, was maybe it'll work, maybe it won't work, and then how long do we give it? How concerned are you about that?
I guess I'm just concerned that we've been working on this for a while and everyone's working very hard and very committed, and we have cut it in half. But again, do we give it 6 months? And then if things aren't, is there other system issues? You know, it's difficult to have two agencies working? Is it the mix of the federal and the local differential? I don't know what the answer is, but I know this is taking a while to get where we are. It's gotten much better, but it's still not there. And so how do we stay open to what else might come out of this process and how long we think about it?
Oh, well, that is interesting. And Chairman White at the beginning said, we've gotten the low-hanging fruit. And so now we cut it in half, but we have a goal that we want to cut it in half again. And you're saying, maybe we'll be able to do that, maybe we won't inside of this paradigm. And if we can't, then we should try to think of a new paradigm?
Maybe. I think the question is also timing. So what's a reasonable time to, back to that's what I'm looking like, what's a timeline? What's getting implemented when? How long is it going to take? Is it going to take another 6 months? Is it going to take another 9 months? And then let's see how much farther we get. And if not, again, are there some other, and I don't know what the answers are, but I'm just asking the questions because it's been a while and these are urgent life and death situations for a lot of people. So.
No, I do hear you on that. I want to be a glasses half full guy.
I'm certain both, depends on the day.
I mean, maybe in this setting, it's a glasses half empty because we've emptied half of it, but whatever it is, I want to be on the positive side, but I hear your flashing yellow light to be open to
And
perhaps bigger.
sometimes technology helps and sometimes it creates new problems. And so I think we just want to be aware of that.
Yeah, no, 100% true. Me with my clicker I've felt it. So I will stop there. Thanks.
Thank you very much to this panel. Thank you for being with us. Next panel, we will have Lori Leibowitz, Health with the Health Justice Alliance, Lisa Mosner, Deandra Johnson, and Andy Wasenick, Policy Director for Miriam's Kitchen.
It's supposed to be 4 of us.
I'll call someone else.
All right, I see Lori Leibowitz, Lisa Mosner. No, okay, so Natalie Roberts. Natalie Roberts.
She's a friend of mine. I know who she is, but she did her testimony online.
Okay, excellent. Ashley Schultz, you here? There you go. Well,
Beautiful lady.
all right, Lori Leibowitz, you can begin your testimony.
Good morning. My name is Lori Leibowitz, and I direct a medical legal partnership through the Health Justice Alliance. Our program brings together healthcare systems, financial services, legal services, and advocacy organizations to work collaboratively to improve health by reducing health-harming legal needs and racial health disparities for low-income children and families in DC. My colleagues and I work with families who are trying to lease up with new vouchers or move with transfer vouchers, and our clients run into barriers at almost every stage of the process. I'm going to tell some stories today that exemplify the barriers the voucher holders run into and some of the ways that DCHA staff go above and beyond to try to solve them. But before I get started, I just want to make a flag on the numbers since I know you all are very focused on them, especially Councilmember Fruman. In addition to systems improvements, which are real, a change that DCHA has made is that they are much more strict about extending voucher search time more than 180 days. So if at 180 days, I just lose my voucher and I never lease up, that number doesn't go into the process and the average goes down. So I just want to flag that when you're looking at numbers, the numbers are skewed by that policy change in addition to improving because of actual systems improvements. Okay, back to the regularly scheduled testimony.
Really rained on our parade here.
Sorry.
No, that's good.
So clients, Ms. R and her children have been living in terrible conditions with their rapid rehousing voucher. Last year, she was awarded a PSH voucher. She looked for housing and despite receiving no help from her case manager, eventually found a place, gave notice at her current place, and then signed a lease. Then she was told that her voucher had expired and she couldn't move and she had to go back onto some kind of waiting list. Several months later in March, because of a weird, unimportant series of events, she became eligible for an HCVP voucher. It took many emails and phone calls, but with the help of Starlane, she was able to have an eligibility appointment in mid-April. DCHA asked for additional documents in early June, then we heard nothing. We both reached out regularly for updates. Over the summer, we let DCHA staff know that her building had been shut down by DOB because of dangerous conditions and that she was in a hotel for 3 weeks.
Still no responses. Finally, she had her voucher briefing in mid-October and just got her voucher 6 months after her initial eligibility meeting. Ms. A ran into a different set of challenges. She's a longtime voucher holder who desperately wanted to move because of terrible conditions in her apartment. She received a transfer voucher and searched diligently for housing, motivated in part by lack of heat in her apartment last winter. She successfully submitted one RFTA packet during her 6 months of search time, but was rejected. When 180 days had passed, she was not issued a new voucher with tolling time and believed her voucher had expired, as did potential landlords who saw the expiration date. Soon after, her abuser tried to break into her apartment, including by breaking her window and trying to climb in through the bars. I called Alex Mashecki. She contacted DCHA, got no response for 3 days. I called Alex Mashecki. He brought Ashley DeRosa and Anissa Jones into her office, and they issued a voucher with tolling time in less than 2 hours. Amazing. Then she started searching again, this time with a real estate agent. She found a place in less than a month, submitted all of her documents at the end of June, and was conditionally approved. 3 weeks later, the landlord told her they had found someone who could move in on August 1st, and since it would take longer to lease up with the voucher, he was taking that person. She was finally contacted about receiving a briefing for her new domestic violence transfer voucher. She was unable to attend. She contacted them repeatedly, never received a new voucher date, but luckily did submit an RFTA within the 65 days. On August 19th, I'll be quick. But there's no process to expedite a lease up for someone who is in serious danger, as she was. It took 2.5 months. She just moved in. The lease up process took until November 1st, August 19th, RFTA packet submission. The packet was canceled in the system twice, once because of a computer glitch, and once because they said the landlord hadn't submitted documents. He had emailed the housing specialist on Friday to ask a question about inspections. On Tuesday, they canceled it in the system because he hadn't submitted things. No one had responded to his emails and phone calls. I also had another story I've run out of time for on that same reasonable accommodation issue that my colleague raised earlier. I have a client who was approved for a new voucher with a live-in aid in June, and I just texted her this morning and she still hasn't gotten the new voucher. So I have much more to say, but I'll leave it to that in my written testimony. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'm available to answer questions.
Thank you for being with us. Deandra Johnson.
Hello. Yes, sir. How you doing today? My name is Deandra Johnson. Thank you guys for letting me testify. I have been a voucher holder for maybe almost 15 years, and I've been dealing with a lot of discrimination and all the legal problems that's here in Washington, D.C. A few years ago, the council member, you guys, had a bill passed that discrimination and illegalness do not need to be in Washington, D.C., but unfortunately it is. We in an all-time high of discrimination and illegalness. I had my voucher since, I had it July the 23rd to relocate, to move. Every time I try to find something, I'm getting, I might do the application. And when I do the application, they be like, okay, we're gonna take you in. We're gonna accept you. Then they'll reach back out to me and tell me, oh, we can't accept you unless we come to your current residence to see how you live. And that's not right, because that's not happening to them. Ain't nobody asking them to come to their current house if they trying to find somewhere to live. I'm also have been dealing with them giving me my money back, my application fee back, because they don't want to rent to me for some reason. I've been dealing with a lot of that. I only have to January the 19th to relocate, or the 6-month time frame, or I'm not going to be able to move. I want to move as soon as possible because my landlord is not a good landlord. I had to take him to court recently and have him fix the air, fix the mold, and I have kidney disease, and my daughter has asthma. And he kept us in there like that forever. Back gate broke forever. So I don't want to stay there. We don't have a good landlord and tenant relationship, and I need to have that. The judge made him fix everything, but I still feel like it's time for me to go. I need somewhere to go, and I would appreciate if all 5 of you people please help me, because I need to find somewhere to go. And I don't want to stay in his place for another year. DC Housing Authority, since I've been dealing with them, they don't respond to nothing. And the people that sit here today and say, oh, they're good organization, that's their experience. I don't never get no responses from none of them, the specialists down to the supervisors. They are very unprofessional, and it's tiresome thing, and it's really becoming a major issue. So that's really all I have to say. I really need help. I'm tired of being discriminated on. I'm a human. I'm a human just like all of y'all. I got a voucher. That is it. And thank you so much for letting me talk.
Thank you very much for being with us. Andy Wasenick, Policy Director with Miriam's Kitchen.
Good morning, members of the committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Andy Wasenick, Policy Director at Miriam's Kitchen, homeless services provider here in the district. We serve 310 permanent supportive housing clients, and I am also a resident of the district. As you, much of this is going to be somewhat repetitive. So yeah, we were a part of an advocacy campaign called the 90-Day Campaign, along with Community of Hope and JDOT and other agencies that will likely testify here today, in an effort to move the agencies, DCHA and DHS, to shorten the timeline that it was taking people on the local program to get connected from the time they got connected to their vouchers and leased up into housing, and it led in this third-party facilitated process review, where we had sessions with providers and persons with lived experience in the room occurring over 2 days in July and a follow-up session in September. I participated in all 3 of the sessions. They were positive and encouraging and productive. Staff from both agencies were passionate, spirited, and knowledgeable, and many agreements and recommendations were reached. Nearly all of the action items resulting from those agreements, however, were on DCHA's side of the equation. However, 2 months have passed since the last session, and we have not received any communication or seen anything implemented or concrete commitment to any of the recommendations, although Director Pettigrew did say yesterday at the Board of Commissioners meeting that a report will be distributed next week following the outcome of this hearing. But to my knowledge, simple items like identifying and circulating proper points of contact for assorted items have not been formally addressed. And I have still heard reports of emails and calls from providers not getting responses from DCHA. These were actionable issues that were addressed in the process review. I understand that DHS has received a preliminary report from DCHA with the list of action items resulting from the process review and their status. It is also my understanding that the switch to Rent Cafe is expected to be the panacea that addresses a majority of the action items. I hope this is true. However, those of us who have been around long enough to know that this is not the first time we've been told that things will be better once we switch to a new software system. And that has not always been the case, practically speaking, and new systems have created new problems. Presently, with Rent Cafe, we must ensure that it works for the population we serve, which is older, not technologically savvy, and with little to no access to technology. These characteristics are unlikely to change in the near to medium term, given the cost of technology and the age of our population. Because of that, DHS, providers, and case managers must be able to track and see the status of their clients and caseloads every step of the way. There must also be a public-facing dashboard that tracks outcomes similar to DHS's dashboard for the local program that shows the flow of resources through the system and how long various steps in the process are taking. Transparency and accountability are vital to building and maintaining trust, as are solutions to problems that center on the people we serve. The importance of improving the speed of the voucher process cannot be overstated. The positive benefits of making it better are far-reaching. A shorter, more reliable process will help strengthen the trust between clients and case managers, which then allows for better provision of support and services, which will increase the likelihood that people succeed in housing and get the support that they need. A shorter, more reliable process will help lessen the number of encampment responses or other negative interventions and will create room on the caseloads of outreach workers to work with clients newer to homelessness. When we are finally able to get people through the process in a timely fashion, it will make such a difference system-wide. Still, this is not to say that there have not been improvements already. There certainly have. and a huge backlog of voucher applications have been worked through. Hundreds of people over the summer had their voucher briefings, and there are still lots of folks currently leasing up. Miriam's Kitchen's PSH team had 10 lease-ups since October 1st. And as a system, we've managed to lease up a record number of households in fiscal year 25 when things were broken. But just imagine what we could do if we were functioning optimally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ashley Schultz. Turn your microphone on. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman White, Chairman Fruman, members of the committees. My name is Ashley Schultz. I'm a supervising attorney at Legal Aid DC. Legal Aid DC is the oldest and the largest legal service provider in the district. I work in the housing unit, and we represent hundreds and advise and inform thousands of tenants each year, most of whom are facing evictions. And the kinds of vouchers that we see most are administered by DCHA. So most of my testimony today refers to DCHA and its processes. Legal Aid represents low-income residents who are navigating one of the least affordable housing markets in the country. For our clients, a housing voucher is not just a subsidy, it's a lifeline. By the time most of our clients receive a voucher or need to transfer one, they're already without any alternatives. In our landlord-tenant practice, we see voucher holders who agree to move to settle eviction cases, only to have their plans stopped by the delays of transferring their voucher. Unfortunately, the systems that are meant to help the tenants that we also help at DCHA and DHS remain deeply disorganized, unresponsive, and inaccessible. I'll give maybe one quick example. A client waited for months for approval of their voucher transfer. And then even after approval of his request for tenancy, his inspection was delayed again and again. DCHA never told the tenant when he could move in. It took constant follow-up from an attorney just to get answers. One other situation that's very common, a client submitted all of their paperwork for a transfer, could not get a single update directly from DCHA. He finally learned about the status only through his caseworker, who just happened to have a personal connection with someone at DCHA. So it's like it takes either an attorney or a hookup to get some movement at DCHA. These aren't isolated cases, they're routine. Beyond that, communication with DCHA is extraordinarily difficult. There's essentially no customer service for program participants. Calls go unanswered or just are routed through phone trees. We also continue to see serious problems with rent reasonableness determinations. Tenants don't have a clear way to know if a unit qualifies before submitting a request for tenancy. And they risk entering the already lengthy process for a unit that may not even be qualified to begin with. Legal Aid urges 3 immediate steps: improve transparency and communication, publish clear, accessible instructions for tenants and advocates, along with average inspection timelines and rent reasonable guidance, strengthen coordination and accountability within and across the agency. Everyone involved in the lease-up process should know where the case stands, and create a consistent point of contact for participants. Residents need to know who and how to contact the person responsible for their case, and they just currently don't. Finally, DCHA and DHS should take a hard look at how this system became so unworkable and learn from public housing authorities that have done this well, pilot a new lease-up model, test it, scale it, see what works. Every day that a voucher sits unused is another day a family remains unhoused or insufficiently housed. District residents cannot wait any longer for these basic functions to work. So I thank you for your oversight and the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much to this panel. Deandra Johnson, really appreciate your testimony. Can you talk, you mentioned discrimination against people with vouchers. Can you turn on your microphone and tell me some examples that you've experienced or seen personally?
Yes, sir. Yakmouth is a management company that's in the southeast area that is in Capitol Hill. I put my application in, and once I put the application in, they did not reach out to me for 2 weeks to let me know that someone had already took the place. They had already signed the lease. They also told me that I need 700 credit score. And I have a voucher, and DCHA pays my full amount of rent, and that is illegal. That is discrimination. Just recently, I had a condo that I was going to get. I met the owner, very nice guy. He went through a property management company though. So when I went to see the house, he showed it to me. So I filled out the application and everything, and I thought everything was good. But the property management company told me, okay, we're gonna accept you, but we have to see where you live at first.
Mhm.
And ain't nobody saying where they live at, and that's
Yeah.
discrimination only on voucher holders. No one else is getting that, no one else is being done to, just us. Just past Monday, I went to see another place. I thought that everything was good with that. Man, the lady seen eye to eye. She was like, okay, I had my property online for a year. It haven't sold. The market is not good right now. So that's why I put it on rent, for rent. I said, okay, I'm gonna fill out the application. This was Monday. Tuesday, she reached out to me and said, well, Ms. Johnson, I think that I'm gonna keep my property on the market for sale. And I told her it was for rent.
Mhm.
That's the only reason why I reached out. So to make a long story short, she gave me my money back.
Ms. That's a lot for folks to go through, and the housing market is hard enough as it is. Have you seen or heard of examples of bait and switch with vouchers where somebody might be shown one unit or apply for one unit and then they're given another one? People have reached out to me about this, and so I just want to use the
Yes,
opportunity
sir.
to ask.
Yes, sir. I've been hearing all types of stuff, and I've been witnessing all types of stuff. Some of them say they don't even take vouchers.
Mm.
They're not set up for it. You don't have this 700 credit score. You don't have this income. It's just always something. I have good background.
Yeah.
I have good rental history.
Yeah.
I have no evictions. So that alone
Right.
should help me get into a unit, but it don't. I'm still sitting in the same house that I'm not comfortable in.
To that point, you asked for help. What would help at this point? You've been out looking for a place and
Yes.
you've been met with discrimination?
Yes, and I can show you all of it. My whole phone is full of trying to find somewhere to stay. Yes, sir.
So right now, where you need the most help is finding a place.
That's it.
Okay.
That's it, sir. And it's very difficult right now.
We have, the Housing Authority has housing navigators. I can't remember if they're specific to these programs.
You locators?
Locators.
They
that's
don't
right.
respond. I had one locator, Mr. View. He was responding to me at first. Then he got real nasty to me and told me don't reach back out to him anymore because I done sent you several places and you ain't found one yet. You ain't got no realtor. This total disrespect.
Yeah.
This total disrespect. That is your job. You are a locator.
Yeah.
You are supposed to help me. When I could hit you up and say,
Yeah.
sir, is this place rent reasonable? You're supposed to tell me.
Yeah.
Not come back and forth, going back and forth with me about your job.
Ms. Johnson, my job.
Not your job,
No,
Ms.
no, I gotta help you too. So
Huge.
some of this is on me now, right? Because you came to my hearing.
Authority.
All right, so we're gonna work with you in the Housing Authority to find a locator or another resource that will help, because you, as you said, you have until
They-
January. We'll I want to work on this discrimination issue as well, because I want to start getting more real-time feedback from people so that the government can respond, because we're hearing this enough that we need to do something.
Yes, sir. But the locators, sorry to cut you off, they don't respond. I've reached out to 5 of them.
They're going to respond now. They're gonna respond. I promise you that. We're gonna,
They will
let
respond,
me ask you
sir.
one other question though. We're gonna work, so if they don't respond, I'm gonna know, because we're gonna work together. Have you been in situations where you are having to submit the same information over and over again? I mean, other than applications, I get the applications, but like,
I've
uh,
been having a voucher for a while now. Yes, sir. I've been through all types of stuff with
Correct.
the voucher program.
correct.
Yes, sir. But what I can say is this year, it has been an all-time high of discrimination. I went through it the whole time, but not like this year.
It's worse now.
It's very terrible. Everyone is saying you need 700 credit score. They won't even let me see the place. Some people don't even reach out. 90% of these people in my phone that I've reached out to, which is everybody with a 3-bedroom unit, 5% reach back out.
Wow. Okay. All right. We're gonna follow up with you, Ms. Johnson.
I really appreciate it, Mr. White.
I appreciate you. I needed to spend most of my time with you because these other wonderful, very smart people I see more often. So,
Thank you so much, sir.
no, thank you. One quick question,
Yes, sir.
for Andy Wasenick.
Okay.
The dashboard. At first, I'm like, yeah, dashboard. And then I asked myself a question. Does creating a dashboard create a new task for us to focus on other than quickening this daggone process?
Well, I mean, DHS has a dashboard,
Uh-huh.
and they are publicly accountable to the speed and process through which, their vouchers are going through the system. Like, if you want to know numbers, like, you can go to the website and you can see it. That's never been the case with DCHA. And I feel like, just as a citizen of the city, there is the current administration of DCHA, which I have really nothing but positive things to say about. And then I have my history of 9 years in, this line of work, right, where like DCHA has just been an abomination. And I don't still have that trust. Like, this agency needs to have public-facing accountability accessible to anyone who wants to see it,
Yes.
period. Like, whether it's local or federal, like, it's in the public trust, right?
Yes.
Like, I mean, I believe any government agency does, but also this one. And historically, while they are definitely more responsible and like being accountable, like historically, this has been an agency that had no accountability. And I think it's important that we have it.
Let me,
Yeah.
sorry, I'm over time, but I want to make sure I'm clear. I thought I heard in your testimony that you wanted us to create a dashboard. And then in response to the question, you said we have a dashboard.
DHS has a dashboard.
Okay. So back to my question though, for the housing authority, right? I
Yes.
get why a dashboard would be helpful here,
Right.
but it does give us a task that we then focus on that could be a distraction from the most immediate need of making this process work faster. What's your thoughts on that?
Then they should be given the resources to do both.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairman Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. Really appreciate the dashboard comments because I'm a close reader of the DHS dashboard, and I've tried to get data and have successfully gotten data from DCHA. But actually, then you need to try to fit the pieces together. And so if we had it all in one place, we could all understand what it is that we're doing and where in a way that's better. So I'm with you on the walk and chew gum and get to the kind of transparency that you're talking about, and also appreciate the kind of PTSD from your work with DCHA, but appreciation of the new leadership there. Ms. Lebo, it's great to see you. Always great to see you. You raised this idea of 180 days and then you're out. And so then you don't fit into the average, but the average is 205 days. So I'm puzzled.
So the 180 days to submit an RFTA packet, and then whatever happens on top of that is additional time. So that's how
So,
get
and
paid more than
then there may be yet 60 days after, I
Yeah.
forget what it is, because I think that we've got data on how long the average is in the RFT. But so those overripe applications, which is what I was trying to get at, is there a way to be tracking that so you could see you've been in this phase for a period of time and a supervisor needs to intervene or something? I don't know.
I mean, I think it would be ideal if DCHA did at oversight, and I think I remember, or various, I have many meetings with DCHA. We have discussed the idea that when someone gets to day 90 or day 120 of their search, that there would be outreach to help that person. I have not seen that with any of my clients. No one Chairman White, I often ask oh, has this happened? Have you seen this? And I have not heard from anybody that I've asked that anybody is getting outreach when their voucher hits you're at 120 days, you only have 2 months left, or even you're at 150 days and you only have 30 days left. We're not seeing anybody reach out to them and see if they need help. And I will add, and DCHA is doing a mixed job letting people know about meet and lease events. We have seen tenants get some success leasing up at meet and lease events, but the advertising of those events is quite uneven. And we're not seeing large bedroom sizes at those events. Yeah. And I will say back in the olden days, Ron McCoy used to track large bedroom sizes coming on the market and let people with 5, 6, 7 bedroom vouchers know every time a large bedroom unit came on the market. That was something that he did. We're not seeing that anymore. And from DCHA, and my clients who need large bedroom sizes are having enormous trouble finding housing. And then I will add, because this is something Councilmember White worked on back in the day. I also had a client who was DCHA referred her to a real estate agent who specifically helps people with 3 and 4 bedrooms find housing. That real estate agent checked her criminal background history. She had been found guilty of a misdemeanor and told her, oh, landlords aren't going to like that. I'm taking 7 families on a tour. They all get to pick first. And then if there's anything left, you can apply for it. And then, I got to write a letter talking about the Fair Criminal Record Screening Act for housing, which I know you helped pass many years ago. But these are the people that are supposed to be helping the DCHA is sending voucher holders to.
Okay, thank you very much. You also raised the idea, and maybe didn't get it right, but I thought I heard you suggesting maybe there should be a track for emergency situations, safety situations. Can you speak to that? I mean, we had a witness before who suggested maybe there should be a track in a LIHTC setting or tax credit building setting. And I do worry a little about you take a whole bunch of things and you put them on different tracks and then everybody else lags. And I see Mr. Wasnick reaching to say we can walk and chew gum, but describe what kind of thing you're thinking about on the safety side, and then Mr. Wasnick, I'll let you speak.
So DCHA has internal timelines, and I don't remember what they are at the moment, but if you do X thing within 30 days, then check plus you did your job. If you do X thing within 45 days, check plus you did your job. And that is fine for many people. But if you are someone who is literally on the street, this is a few years back, but I had a client who was living in his car and got shot living in his car, was trying to lease up as he was being released from the rehab hospital and was about to be released to the street. And DCHA, and he had a unit, and DCHA would not expedite the lease up. There are some real extreme situations that I think everyone can agree are real extreme situations. An abuser literally trying to crawl into your window every night. I think we can all agree that sometimes you need to put, just living on the street is dangerous and bad. But there are certain situations where there just should be an ability to put someone to expedite an inspection or to do a little more hand-holding in the lease-up process and call the landlord and say, instead of just putting it in the portal for the landlord to find when he checks it, to call the landlord and say, hey, I'm missing your I-9 form. Can you please submit that? That like there should be a way when things are really extreme that we can move things just a little bit faster, and there just isn't a system for that at all.
All right, Mr. Wasnick, if you wanted the last word.
Yeah, just to add to that, that actually, I believe some time ago, that actually did exist, but it went away.
All right, and thank you very much, Ms. Munzer, for your testimony and your work at Legal Aid. Thank you. Thank you to this panel.
Thank you all very much for being with us today. Next panel would be thank you, Daniel Del Pilago, Housing Director for Empower DC, Regina Rivers, Jacqueline Davis, Rochelle Ellison, Assistant Director for People for Fairness Coalition, Robert Warren, Director for the People for Fairness Coalition, Sophie Trick, Program Director with the Permanent Supportive Housing Community of Hope, Althea Smith, Sharika Barbette. Let me see who is here.
People are rejoining.
Moment.
They have to accept.
Please remember, if you're online, you have to accept promotion.
Daniel, start.
Lynn Amano, Director of Advocacy for Friendship Place, and Will Doyle, Vice President of Housing First with Pathways to Housing DC. And Daniel De Pilago, you can begin your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm sorry, there was a little bit of, it's on me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair White. Good afternoon to all the other council members. My name is Daniel Del Pielago, and I work with Empower DC. We work with voucher holders and public housing residents around the city. Over the past couple of months, at our monthly Housing Choice Voucher Power meetings, we've been developing a voucher user handbook informed by current voucher holders and folks in the lease-up process. I'd like to share what we've learned in hopes that it helps to expedite this difficult process. Once a person has received their voucher and attends their voucher briefing, they are for the most part alone in the process of finding a place to lease up. Folks in this juncture of the process would benefit from further assistance in finding a viable place to lease up. We know that DCHA has housing locators. They should be more accessible and especially support folks who have unique needs, such as finding ADA accessible units. Another major issue we've heard from voucher holders and people in the process is how unreliable the housing specialists are. From not knowing who their housing specialist is, infrequent communications, the multiple requests to submit documents that have already been provided create a significant delay in voucher holders to lease up. As we understand it, these housing specialists have significant numbers of people on their caseload. If there was a way to make their caseloads more manageable, they could provide better service and be more attentive to their clients. Leasing up is expensive. Submitting applications can be a significant cost, especially if you are not approved for tenancy. Security deposits are also a significant burden for folks trying to lease up. People in the voucher process would benefit greatly from added support throughout the process, a clear understanding of all the necessary steps in leasing up, a clear understanding of rent reasonableness, which can be very confusing for many, reliable points of contact at DCHA, and financial assistance in the application and security deposit process would help to expedite lease up. I will say that we meet on a monthly basis with Mr. Anton Shaw, who we meet with advocates and with voucher holders, and it is a meeting where we can work through some of these individual issues. So I'm thankful for that, and hopefully we can use that process as well to be able to interface with tenants who with folks looking to lease up who need help, because sometimes there are breakdowns in these other systems in communication and in being able to contact the person who is supposed to help you. With that, I say thank you and look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Regina Rivers, welcome. Oh, I'm not. Oh, yeah, there you are. Regina Rivers, if you are able to unmute and turn on your camera.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So my issue was when I needed a new voucher, called in, got my briefing, no problem. Everything was done in a timely manner. I didn't have to look for a place because I had one already picked out, 460 L Street Northwest. Went up there, looked at the place, everything was fine. Gave in, same day I gave in my security deposit and administration fee along with application fee. They sent the RFTA package over to DCHA, and along with that they sent the offer of what the rent was. And DCHA would not accept that rent. It had something to do with zoning and the Rent Reasonable Act. And so they wanted them to submit another offer. They did not give an offer in a timely manner, which was maybe a week. And they notified me and told me to look for another place.
Thank you very much. Jacqueline Davis, welcome.
I'm just making sure. There we are. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm switching around. Councilmember White, Councilmember Froman, thank you so much for hosting this important conversation. I am a Ward 3 resident, so you're my council member, and I am not a big landlord. I own one property, and I converted it to voucher about 8 years ago, just because I wanted to be part of a tiny part of the affordable housing solutions in the city. And so this is not what I do full time. This is not what I'm an expert at. I'm just someone who has one property and voucherized it. My last experience with my last tenant, the process was bureaucratic, but manageable. There was a lot of paperwork. It was challenging at times. Clarity was often missing, but nonetheless, the process ultimately worked. This time around, I have worked with the system from the beginning of August, and only in the last week did we finally get it to work, and that's because I went way up the food chain. There was a much better level of competence the last time I was involved. This time, the level of incompetence at DCHA has been stunning and often maddening. The culture from emailing to calling to going and meeting in person is a culture of compliance and check the box. It's not a solutions-oriented or action-oriented agency. As I sat in the room with dozens of people around, I heard voucher recipient after voucher recipient struggling mightily with people that were basically unhelpful and, again, just checking boxes. So it was very challenging to hear what they were all going through and how little support they were getting. So the culture there is highly problematic. The processes are dysfunctional. So you submit your full packet, which is 100% complete, and then you get a cancellation on your portal with no information as to why it was canceled and no information as to why it says incomplete. You have to then go to the agency or call to get any insight. And when the caseworker is listed in the portal that you can email, you email them again and again and again, and there's never a response. When I finally spoke to someone on the phone and said, I cannot get this person to respond, even though they are the caseworker, the person on the phone said, I'm not surprised. That person never responds to email. There were multiple requests for paperwork. Even DCHA sent me an email with all the paperwork. And nonetheless, when I recompleted the entire packet and submitted it again, they threw it out and canceled it for documents. I could not understand why. When I went to DCH, they told me that there was duplicate documents. So one document was copied by accident twice, and therefore they had to throw it out. That is insane. There are also multiple caseworkers on both sides that change often. So you start with one caseworker. If you're the landlord, you get another caseworker a few weeks later. Finally, I will submit written testimony with much more detail, but I would say in terms of solution, there are 70% of the landlords in the city own 4 or fewer properties. And I think trying to ease the process for them, provide support, maybe even have a team that works with them would be highly useful in terms of increasing affordable housing. I would try to do more if I could, if the process worked. There needs to be more clarity throughout the entire process. The portal needs to explain, and I think it would be very helpful to survey voucher recipients and landlords, particularly small landlords, to understand more from them about where the failures are in the process and if there's anything that is working. Thank you.
Thank you. Rochelle Ellison with the People for Fairness Coalition.
Just joined, but they're in the same. I did say good morning, but good afternoon, Councilmember White. Councilmember
Good, whatever.
Fruitman,
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you.
members of the committee and DC residents. My name is Rochelle Ellison, and I'm currently the Assistant Director and on the peer mentoring team at People for Fairness Coalition, where we meet our unhoused constituents where they're at and place them into the HMIS system and track them to be case conferenced at the CAP table. I'm just reading from my testimony. I'm sorry because I'm not feeling real well today, but this was important. For the CAP table to be matched and support them to lease up. We believe housing is a human right and have a universal right to housing public policy campaign here at the People for Fairness Coalition. I myself am an individual with 17 years of being chronically homeless with co-occurring disorders myself. Today, I have multiple years of recovery and now reach back to help others on many different platforms. And expediting lease up has been something we've been advocating for a long time. I'm grateful to DCHA and DHS for collaborating to get housing insecure individuals into housing faster and out of the unhoused population. I've seen major changes since the expedited lease up began. I've been at 2 of the meetings to hear the agreements and suggestions. I've seen both sides in collaboration. I see the progress made, but we still have a lot of work to do. Some RFTA packets are still taking too long for rent reasonable. Inspections are not being completed in the agreed upon timeframe. We really need to see a report released so that we can see what DHS and DCHA see that maybe the community isn't privy to. I've seen the growth with rebuilding community trust, redeveloping properties, and can't deny the increased occupancy rates or the large number of families that have been leased up to this date. I haven't seen this much progress in over a decade, but with the limited resources we have for this budget year, it's been disheartening at the front door services to see those who haven't made much progress. Yes, there are still bumps in the road and there's still work to do, but I'm grateful for this administration that has truly tried to move the needle and is making a difference. It's remarkable. Thank you to Director Pettigrew, Director Shaw, Director Pierre, and for being change agents to truly care about the residents of DC. And I'm in this with you. So any assistance I can be in making a difference as the co-chair of Expedited Lease Up on the Energy Council on Homelessness, you already know I'm all in. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Robert Warren with the People for Fairness Coalition.
Yeah, thank you, council member, for this opportunity to testify. Just feeling a little under the weather today also. And just, I was really appreciative of the opportunity to participate with these DHS and DC Housing Authority on the process of looking at expedited lease ups. For a long time we've been advocating, within the NH Council on Homelessness around, a universal voucher system, and I've also spoken to you about it also. And I think, for me, one of the agencies that was kind of missing at the table was far as the continuum care goes is the folks that does the HMI system. And in that system, we've had over 20,000 residents who've actually taken what we call a VI SPDAT. And so my thing has always been that between DHS and DC Housing Authority, that we know who these residents are, and most of these residents are on fixed incomes, and they should, qualify for, those vouchers that, needed for them to not be, economically discriminated in the District of Columbia when it comes to the ability to access housing that's affordable, sustainable, and accessible to them. And so, it's an ongoing process. And like I said, I believe we have the information. And I also think that, the Department of Housing and the Community Development needs to also be at the table because they have to produce the units. And, it's been reported that we have over 70,000 vacant Class A units in the District of Columbia, at any time. And that's supposed to be a healthy market. And the conversation that we're having about trying to identify rental units and making sure the number of rental units that's available in the District of Columbia, I think the next stage is for us to identify how many of those rental units should be allocated for voucher holders. And I think the next piece is also us looking at, the the units that we're producing and the usage of them, because everybody is not prepared for moving into certain communities. And, there are people that need certain units, and we need to make sure that those units are available. And so I believe, like I said, that, Department of Housing Community Development needs to also be a part of this process. And we need to create this universal voucher system, saying based on racial equity here in the District of Columbia, to make sure that long-term district residents have access to the housing that they need. So thank you, Councilmember White, for the great work that you're doing to make sure that, that this, that we have that housing justice, which is healing justice for a lot of district residents. Having access to, adequate housing is so important for the health and wellness of DC residents. So thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Sophie Trick with Permanent Supportive Housing at the Community of Hope.
Hello, Chairperson White and Chairperson Fruman. I'm Sophie Trick, a Program Director at Community of Hope. We serve roughly 350 PSH clients, including families and individuals. I'm here to testify about my experiences working with DCHA and DHS as a housing program director and how improvements can be made to speed up the voucher match and lease up process. I attended the first day of the process review in July with DCHA, DHS, and stakeholders, and I appreciated the flow of ideas around how to speed up the lease up process. I can say that we have recently seen DHS reviewing client documents within the LRSP process relatively quickly, but there is still need for more efficient communication and transparency between agencies, clients, and providers. So currently, when providers and clients are looking for status updates, the providers have to email or meet with DHS for DHS to check their system to see what it says with DCHA. Moreover, if the clients call DCHA themselves, they may get a different step in the process where they are, which causes confusion and can cause major distrust between providers and clients. This reliance on one-to-one emails instead of a system like they used to have with the previous HGH Link system that would allow providers to get updates in real time leaves communication susceptible to delays when there are staff coverage issues at DHS. The recommendation for a linked system through Rent Cafe was discussed during the process review, but no clear communication around when this system is supposed to come online has been communicated to provider staff for applications. There is also still a lack of clarity around expected application processing timelines. There is data tracking on how long it takes to process an application once DCHA transmits it to Housing Authority, which is I believe what we've been discussing so far with the data, but there is no data tracking on the average length of time it takes for an application to be reviewed by DHS after it is submitted by a provider before the application is sent to DCHA, because they have separated the two data sets. During the process review, there was a discussion around implementing uniform timelines for certain portions of the initial application process and scheduling unit inspections. We haven't seen any new policies that reflected any changes that have been made. While I can say anecdotally that recent applications submitted to DHS have been reviewed relatively quickly, these are not regular circumstances because we have not been assigned any new PSH individual clients. So there is a reduced number of applications that they are reviewing. I do not know what systems are in place to prevent another backlog once individual assignments resume, or if staffing levels will meet that projected need when that happens. Access to program rules and operating procedures also remains difficult for clients and provider staff. The Housing Authority website is difficult to navigate and frequently out of date, and DHS does not have a section of their website where housing program clients can easily search and access program rules and other relevant policies, which is definitely needed for LRSP clients because they do not follow the same rules as Housing Choice Voucher program participants. As these rules are updated and change over time, clients need to be able to easily access them. Easier access will empower clients to be strong advocates for themselves. I can share a recent example about what I have seen from Rent Cafe if people want that, but I appreciate you giving me the time to chat, and we look forward to continuing to be partners in creating processes that get people access to the housing they need. Thank you again.
Althea Smith.
Good afternoon. My name is Althea Smith, and I currently live in Ward 8. I'm a single mother of an adult child with several disabilities. I've been in the voucher program for years now and grateful. I currently experience some difficult issues. The current place I live in has significant housing code issues, such as roaches in my unit. This is very concerning because my daughter is a nonverbal. She cannot say if something is crawling on her. I have a transfer voucher, but having difficulty finding a place that meets my family needs. My child has a live-in nurse who needs parking. Many places charge significant amount for parking. I drive as well. I'm looking for a place where me and my live-in nurse can park. I want to suggest that some people like myself has unique needs and simply find a place. This is a concern. We will have limited time. Otherwise, our voucher expires. I will encourage DCHA to understand these unique challenges and provide the help needed to ensure that our needs accommodation are met. Find a place to lease up is hard enough. Imagine going at it with the situation I'm in. I am very thankful to have this voucher, but really need help in making sure my family can find the right place for us. Thank you for your time.
Sharika Barbette, we want to hear your testimony, but you have to accept promotion. As we wait for that, Lynn Amano, why don't we receive your testimony?
Good afternoon, Chair White, Chair Freeman, and committee members. I'm Lynn Amano, the Director of Advocacy for Friendship Place. We help over 5,000 individuals experiencing homelessness each year with a wide range of programs and housing and services across the DC region. I also serve for Friendship Place as a full council member on the ICH and as co-chair of the Housing Solutions Working Group. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. We're here as a member of the working group trying to improve the voucher process times for individuals awaiting PSH or location transfers. Our housing team is still experiencing challenges in the technical process and in communications and response times with DCHA housing specialists. Voucher approvals and inspections are still taking way too long. In addition, the transfer briefing link often displays an error message even when all the information is accurate, hindering clients from scheduling their transfer briefing dates. Both of our permanent supportive housing divisions report significant communication delays, particularly for our transfer relocation clients. Case managers cannot see the status of RFTA packets for stabilization clients, as was previously mentioned. So we depend on communication from the housing specialist when landlords are having issues or there are other obstacles in the process. The DCHA DHS process review meeting suggested two main remedies for these issues. First, utilizing a portal that clients and case managers could access to see the progress of their application or relocation. And second, DCHA providing a list of housing specialists assigned to participants with an escalating chain of command. We have not seen any progress yet on either solution. In addition to slowing progress, communication delays also have resulted in outstanding rental payments and uncorrected participant rental amounts. For example, when Mr. Smith was terminated from his job, our case manager emailed his assigned housing specialist to adjust his rental payment to zero due to no income. The assigned housing specialist has not responded in over 60 days, despite weekly emails from our case manager, and we did not have the supervisor's name or a clear path to escalate when such delays happen. We do understand that a new portal system is in the works. We've long made the case that a portal system accessible to participants, case managers, housing specialists, and landlords should provide access to each party to allow them to see where the application or transfer is in the process. It should also allow their assigned housing specialist or show their assigned housing specialist and a chain of command for escalation. Please develop systems of access that allow for clear accountability. I was glad to hear that the DCHA board meeting yesterday that you're making moves towards prioritizing housing resources for those experiencing homelessness. It's more important than ever that we prioritize those who do not have stable housing when cities across the country are instituting fines and jail time for sleeping outside. In DC, we will have more overnight shelter as the freezing weather events trigger our hypothermia sites, but those locations close and leave individuals vulnerable during the daytime hours. And homelessness has been a priority in assigning federal vouchers and housing in the past, so we're hoping that this initiative will move forward. We would like to thank DCHA for collaborating with us to improve the voucher process and your continued participation in our monthly provider group meetings and for your part in helping to house 1,200 individuals last year. We understand there's approximately 1,180 vouchers outstanding. Please continue to advance the recommendations in the review memorandum of understanding to expedite those who are still waiting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sharika Barbette.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Testimony is earlier in 2024, I was approved for a voucher after being on the voucher list for over 15 to 16 years. I sent in all my documentation to find out I was denied for an error of lack of paperwork. I had to request an informal hearing, which took another 45 days, and they approved me and put me back on the waiting list. Again, they denied me for another paperwork, some type of error, and I had to request for another informal hearing for a second time and wait another 45 days. After finally being approved, I was given from June to December 2025 to locate suitable housing for my family. Once I found the unit, it took 30 to 45 days for the RFTA packet process to be completed. After that, I was required to wait an additional 3 to 4 weeks for an inspection. During this period, I made numerous attempts to contact the housing specialist, but was repeatedly told to hold on or that I would receive a call back, which I never did. I continued to call week after week without resolution or clear communication regarding the inspection status. The inspection finally passed on October 31st, which was Halloween. At the time I was informed, I had 3 days to obtain the keys from the landlord and move in on October 1st. I went to my current property management to pay my November rent and provided a 30-day notice since I had just received confirmation my rent payment was rejected. Oh, I just received confirmation that my new unit was approved by the housing voucher. However, my rent payment was rejected by my property management and I was given 3 days eviction, which was an improper eviction. After requesting an extension, I was granted until November 7th to vacate the property 1 day after my deceased son, November 6th, a day already filled with grief and emotional pain. I had no other support or assistance from DHA during this time, and I was forced to vacate and turn in my key under severe emotional distress and instability.
You can continue if you have more.
That's it. I would just like to say that during this voucher process, it's just been a little stressful for me because there's been a lack of communication throughout the process. I mean, I've been on this waiting list for about over 17, 18 years, and they give you like, it's no communication with the staff. Like I said, I had to be out in 3 days. I didn't even get a proper 30-day notice. I had 7 days to vacate the premises. Today is November 13th. I had to be out by November 7th. My son passed away 2 years ago. His birthday was November 6th. So I'm just, the program needed a little more support with the people, the tenants, and in the community.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing your testimony with us today. And hopefully you can hang on for just a few minutes for questions. So we have one more person on this panel, Will Doyle, Vice President of Housing First with Pathways to Housing DC.
Thank you, Chair White, Chair Furman, council members, and council staff. My name is Will Doyle, and I am the Vice President of Housing First at Pathways to Housing DC. I appreciate your continued commitment to ensure that critical district resources like housing reach residents in efficient and equitable ways. I've worked in DC's permanent supportive housing system for over 17 years. I've had direct experience through Pathways PSHP team with housing 673 individuals and completing 748 DCHA voucher applications. When I reflect back on how our housing system and resources have evolved over time and achieved outstanding success, I think about bold leadership, operational expertise, and collaboration among DC government agencies. Shortly after the PSHP started in August 2008, Mayor Adrian Fenty tasked DHS with housing over 300 men from emergency shelters in a 3-week period to enable the closure of the Franklin School Shelter. DHS showed its operational expertise in making this seemingly impossible task a successful reality. DC Council has shown bold leadership in funding thousands of LRSP vouchers, particularly since 2015. Prior to that time, the PSHP was shrinking due to the lack of federal vouchers. DHS and the DCHA displayed both bold leadership and operational expertise in implementing and administering the Emergency Housing Voucher Program starting in 2021. A major milestone in that project was utilizing self-certification for the first time. DC Council subsequently showed bold leadership in approving self-certification for LRSP vouchers. Finally, the lab at DC displays its operational expertise in facilitating a revamp of the LRSP application that has been in use since 2023. We currently have successful collaboration between DHS and the DCHA to manage the review of RFTAs, scheduling of inspections, and leasing clients. However, our current housing system faces two major challenges that cause severe delays and barriers. The first is the RFTA forms and the process to get them approved. The second is the current rent reasonableness standards and process, which results in half of all submitted units being denied. To overcome these challenges, we need bold leadership and operational expertise. Bold leadership from DC Council, DHS, and the DCHA can initiate the change process. Operational expertise gives us effective solutions and successful implementation. We need the lab at DC to revamp the RFTA forms and process the way they did with the LRSP application. Regarding rent reasonableness, the HUD mandated changes implemented in 2023 have severely hampered the voucher process and are the primary source of the current voucher bottleneck. Determining rents should at the most take hours, not days or weeks. I therefore recommend that we need a working group to analyze and fix the rent reasonableness process. We need bold leadership to facilitate this group and a subsequent change process. We also need collaboration from the DCHA, DHS, landlords, and PSHP providers to determine a path forward, as well as operational expertise to implement recommendations successfully. You will hear about many problems and potential solutions today. I firmly believe that a key element in responding to them is to define and regularly report on measures of success. What will fixing the district's voucher bottleneck look like, and how will we know when we have achieved success? There is shared responsibility for these measures and benefits to all parties involved. They therefore need to be clearly defined and publicly shared. Finally, I want to connect today's topic with last week's roundtable on behavioral health supports in local housing voucher programs. When staff from our permanent supportive housing program have to contend with the many significant and ongoing factors that contribute to the district's voucher bottleneck, valuable time and resources are spent on overcoming systemic challenges in our housing systems rather than on addressing the behavioral health needs of our clients. Additionally, the rehousing and relocations that are so crucial in addressing housing challenges and supporting the long-term success of PSHP clients are compromised by DCHA delays. I've included additional recommendations in my written testimony. Thank you for holding this hearing. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for being with us to this entire panel. Let me start with Sharika Barbette. Hopefully you're still with us. Yes. Let me see if Ms. Barbette is still with us. All right, Ms. Barbette may have had to move.
She's still here on the panel, council member.
Yeah, she may be doing something else at this point. So if she comes back, I'll ask her questions. For Sophie Trick, you had a number of thoughts and recommendations. Has someone from your organization met with DCHA? All right, I'm coming up short on my questions today. All right. Let's keep moving then. Jacqueline Davis, there we are. So one of the things we heard from Jacqueline Davis, and if you're not here, that's okay. I still need to make the point. We keep hearing from people in various places, not just landlords, but clients and caseworkers, or people that work with the clients, that they have to reach somebody at the top of the agency or have to know somebody too often to get things done. That's a very concerning notion, and I just want to highlight how many people we've heard that from. We have to get a handle on that. For anybody on this panel, what's the short-term change, something that we could do within, say, the next 3 months that could make a real difference in reducing the time for for vouchers? And second part of that question, if you answer both, is what's one long-term change, something that might take more than a few months that would have the most impact on shortening this process? Lynn Amano, I see you popped up. Do you have a response?
So I would say probably response times of of the people receiving the email, or just maybe a consistent person who's responsible for making sure that when someone isn't responding to that email, that there's a place for people to go to make sure that they have that. So that's one of the reasons the chain of command was so important when we were talking about the memorandum of understanding, is knowing, because it is the case, I think, when things get escalated, you've heard from several people who have testified that things get taken care of much more quickly, especially in situations where they've been lagging. I think that could significantly move the amount of time that it's taking people to get housed.
Thank you. Others? Daniel De Pilago.
Yeah, I mean, I would offer, and this is not to like get people in trouble or fired, but I think performance reviews are very important to do for the housing specialists, right? Like, are they actually carrying out the work that they were hired to do and paid to do, would be really important. And if they are not, obviously the step would be, providing that support so they are able to understand the work that they have to do, executing it correctly. Because that's where, I think we've heard that's a major theme we've heard through all the panels. So I think that'll be really important because, the folks up at the top have been very helpful and have been willing to engage and work. But I do think that we need to fix that part of the road, as it were, to lease up.
Thank you. Rochelle Ellison.
Yes, and this is by no means an attack on any of the directors of DCHA or DC Housing Authority. But however, some of the case managers are lacking in time when taking care of documentation. And as I stated in the last roundtable, hire some of the people with lived expertise that are graduates of the DHS Peer Case Management Institute to do the housing documentation. We come from that community, and we are passionate about the work we do. So let some of those spots be filled by people with lived experience, because you have to have people that are passionate in these seats. And some of the ways I've been spoken to by DHS providers, it's a couple of the DCHA case managers was so outlandish that I had to report it, because if they're speaking that way to me, who's an advocate that has a platform to bring it to, imagine how they're speaking to the clients and the steps they're taking to make this process longer than what it should be. So my thing is, it boils down to having case management, being able to do the documentation and being in communication with one another. I love the expedited lease up. However, maybe some retraining of the case managers who are actually doing the documentation and hiring people with lived expertise. Thank you.
That's helpful. Thank you. Will Doyle, did you have something to add there?
Sure. Yeah. For the short term, I would just reiterate with what Lamana said about the contacts. It is a recommendation in my written testimony about including those points of contact and the supervisors for escalation. It's actually something I've probably repeated in every one of my testimonies on DCHA for the past few years, but I think that'd be a quick fix, as well as putting all the current forms on the website, because I think it reduces errors when people have access to current information and forms to use the right things. And the long-term thing, I think, again, because I think the biggest problem is rent reasonableness, that is the thing I think the long-term energy and time should be put into.
Okay. Jacqueline Davis, I just want to double check to see if you are still there. Okay. All right. Well, let me pass it to my co-chair, Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions. I'll put a marker out there if Ms. Davis is there. I do have questions for you as well, but I'll start with Daniel Del Pilago. Daniel, you spoke about the role of the challenges of locating apartments and the role of the DCHA locators. And I wonder if you can speak to how it operates today, your sense of how many locators there are, and how you think it should operate.
Yeah, I'm not 100% clear. I don't think I've ever seen anything kind of written on how that program works. As I understand it, and I think Lori Leibowitz spoke to this, is that they typically get engaged when, I guess, a red flag pops up that folks are coming close to their expiration date. And while I think that that's helpful, I think folks need help a lot earlier. I don't think it's a big staff. I understand, staffing up takes money, but I think if we could invest in that and have folks who have the wherewithal to help folks, like Ms. Smith, who just spoke, who has some very unique needs, right? It is difficult to find housing that meets the needs, especially for folks who have disabilities. I think that would go a long way. And hopefully, the investment up front will save us money from, having to house people in different ways because they end up experiencing homelessness.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, you talked about rent reasonableness. Mr. Doyle talked about rent reasonableness. Some of our other witnesses spoke about rent reasonableness. Message received. I think that's going to be a focus of how do we make that system work better over time. Ms. Mano, you spoke to the idea of a portal where case managers and clients could trace the progress. It's not exactly what I was talking about an internal system that would be tracking how long an application was in a certain phase. Chairman White, before, when we talked about a dashboard, wondered aloud whether that was creating a new task that was going to slow us from getting the actual work done. Speak to me about how you see that portal operating and why it would be add overall to be investing in time and money in that as opposed to other things.
Sure. I think in terms of a portal operating, what it would allow to do, it's sort of a situation where you create the ability for many hands to solve a problem instead of just like one individual solving a problem. So if a number of people can see where the glitch is in the system, then a number of people could take whatever measures are necessary to address it. The dashboard with DHS is kind of a more general, this is how many vouchers we have, this is where they are in the process. It's not something that where the case manager is looking at that and says, okay, my individual, Mr. Smith, needs X amount of paperwork to be submitted in order for their voucher to be complete. And it would enable the people, someone at DHS or someone at DCHA who's working on that particular case to update it in sort of like real time to say, okay, I've looked at this application and now it's missing this, and this documentation. And rather than waiting for example, for an email to go back, which generally historically has gone back to the client, which then doesn't necessarily come back to the caseworker. And that's one of the catches of the system right now that's been a challenge, is that our individuals who are on permanent supportive housing often, they by definition have a disability, and that may or may not impact their ability to follow up on this. And that's why you have a caseworker to help carry them through the housing process. So the ability to see those changes in real time and to see where that is in real time would do two things. It provides accountability as to who's sort of got the football, right? And then it also provides the opportunity for any number of individuals to rectify a situation if there's something not right in the process. I understand that there's a new system that is supposed to be coming online from the DCHA meeting yesterday, which is called the Yardi system. And, but I don't know that it's going to have the flexibility and the access that's necessary for example, the caseworkers to be able to see it.
So in access, there's privacy concerns, obviously. So I guess it would be a limited universe. It would be the client, the caseworker, and folks internal to the government. Is that the idea?
Yes, and because we're working with the individuals, we actually have them sign permission to have access to the information that we need to do the casework.
All right, well, it's interesting. I mean, in a different space, DGS has moved to maintaining a database of work orders that lots of people have access to. And the access would be different here, but it is a way to track things. Sometimes it's exasperating because the shorthand in the work order database is not complete, and so it can raise questions. So the way in which it's managed is also quite important. But thank you for that suggestion. I'm going to try one last time for Ms. Davis if she's there. And if she's not, a public service announcement that it shouldn't be the case that you need to elevate things, but if you face a situation like the one that you appear to have been facing, please reach out to our office and we would try to help. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Marta Barrison, Deputy Director, for the Health and Justice Alliance Law Clinic at Georgetown Law School. Carissa Spann, Adriana Leon, Denise Stevens, Melissa Mariotti, Justin Connor, Craig London, Taylor Bush, Advocacy and Outreach Manager with Georgetown Ministry Center, Beth, and Nadia Williams.
Hi, how are we gonna be going about going one by one from the ones that you called out?
Councilmember White will call the first witness in just a moment, Ms. Leon. Thank you.
Marta Barrison with the Health Justice Alliance Law Clinic at Georgetown Law. You can begin your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, council members Fruman and White. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about how we can fix DC's voucher bottleneck. My name is Marta Barrison. I'm the Deputy Director of Georgetown Law's Health Justice Alliance Law Clinic, and I've resided in DC for nearly 40 years, most of them in Ward 3, and I've worked with DC voucher holders for about 25 years. HJA is an academic medical legal partnership between the law and medical centers at Georgetown, through which law students and attorneys address barriers to patient health, such as poor housing conditions, in collaboration with med students, pediatricians, and other healthcare providers. Our clinic students partner with the MedStar Georgetown University Hospital Division of Community Pediatrics, which has provided comprehensive healthcare to children in low-resource neighborhoods of DC for over 30 years through the Kids Mobile Medical Clinic. In the 25 years that I've worked with DC voucher holders, while DCHA has certainly attempted to streamline, as has DHS, the lease-up process, and there is good leadership in place to accomplish that goal, there remains unacceptable barriers for families trying to move to safe and healthy housing. It should not require a lawyer for a DC resident to lease up using a voucher, but the process is so complicated and the communication with participants so lacking that it usually does. Without lawyers, families who have waited for decades to receive a housing voucher are often unable to lease up within the 180-day time limit. As a result, families can be stuck in housing with severe health-harming housing conditions, and in some cases in housing where their safety is at risk due to domestic violence. It also leads to voucher discrimination, which is very difficult to mete out when landlords have the excuse that it's much faster to lease up with a non-voucher holder. DCHA housing specialist caseloads are in the hundreds, I understand, which means that there's an utter lack of communication with voucher holders that they are meant to assist. Tenants with severe disabilities get zero assistance with finding units that meet their accessibility-related needs, and as Lori Leibowitz testified, there's no process for emergency lease-ups. HJA client Ms. Andrews resides in a building with rats, no lights in the hallways, no locks on the front and back doors. Until our pediatric partners referred this family to us for legal advocacy, she also had no heat and no working stove or way to cook food. And this is in a building where the rapid rehousing program was paying the full rent to the landlord. However, because Ms. Andrews received very little, if any, assistance from DCHA, from DHS, from the Community Partnership, or through the PSH program that she was recently found eligible for, her 180 days lapsed without her being able to lease up in a new unit. For part of this time, there was an RFTA packet in the system, but it's unclear if her time was told while DCHA reviewed the rent and inspected and re-inspected the unit, which took a long time. Ms. Andrews has several minor children who now remain in health-harming housing conditions. Ms. Taylor was facing emergency safety issues in her housing when she learned she would be getting a voucher. She attended an eligibility review appointment in June or July of 2025, submitted all of her documentation, was told she'd be receiving a date for a transfer voucher briefing within the next few months. Over the next few months, she and HJA reached out to Section 8 for updates dozens of times, but only received responses when we turned to DCHA's Office of Audit and Compliance, usually. The answer, she would get her voucher soon. Recently, we learned that the agency is suddenly at 100% utilization, and there will be no voucher forthcoming for Ms. Taylor. She's now stuck in a situation where she and her children feel unsafe, and due to her history of domestic violence, the recent events have been triggering for her and for her kids. Finally, Ms. Stevens, who's a longtime DC resident and survivor of random gun violence and had significant PTSD, when she was told her FRSP voucher would be terminated, her mental health rapidly deteriorated. She soon learned that she'd be getting a voucher, though, but it took more than 100 email exchanges with DCHA and with her FRSP caseworker for Ms. Stevens to lease up before 180 days expired, and she was leasing up in place. So solutions: lower housing specialist caseloads so applicants can get updates easily and understand the next steps in the lease-up process. Require housing specialists to respond to participant emails and phone calls by the next business day. Assign dedicated housing specialists, hopefully the most skilled ones, to work with participants with disabilities who need more on-hand assistance with finding housing and with the lease-up process. DCHA used to do this and it worked really well. Give tenants and advocates, in other words, make public access to the rent reasonableness determinations and the computer system. Health-harming housing conditions like mold and rodents have long-term and costly consequences for children and parents in DC. Thank you for your commitment to streamlining this process and improving communication with participants so families can move to healthy and safe housing, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Carissa Span, welcome.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. Happy Thursday.
Ain't nothing happy about.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, someone else was speaking. Greetings. Happy Thursday, Councilmember White, Councilmember Fruman, and members of the committee. I am Carissa Span. I am honored to testify today as a public witness, a housing professional, and an advocate for both landlords and tenants in the District of Columbia. I am a licensed property manager with more than 20 years of experience in affordable housing, property management, overseeing over 12,000 households across the private and public sectors. I previously and proudly served as a DC Housing Authority employee for more than 12 years, gaining firsthand insight into the challenges that affect staff, housing providers, and DC residents. Currently, I serve as the president of the DC chapter of the National Association of Residential Managers, and I formerly served as the board chair of the DC Housing Providers Association. I'm also an adjunct professor teaching property management, where I provide education, consulting, and professional training for landlords, tenants, and property managers. And while I remain a strong advocate for the Housing Choice Voucher and the locally funded programs, I witnessed the daily frustration and confusion that property owners experience trying to lease up new tenants. The RFTA process and inspection delays, are two of the main most significant barriers. For example, I recently had a landlord contact me, an owner of a single family home. Her initial inspection failed for 4 small items that she corrected within 24 hours or less. The inspector told the landlord that the inspection would happen the following week. When the landlord checked the portal, there was no update, and after reaching out to several staff members at DCHA, they received only chains of emails passing the matter around with no real resolution, and the process had stalled. I eventually stepped in. I followed up directly with managers. I reached out to Executive Director Keith Pettigrew office, and within 2 days, the inspection was completed and the tenant was able to move on. That situation should have never required escalation to that level. I don't believe that a matter must rise to a 4-alarm fire before staff take action. These are routine housing processes that should move with structure, accountability, and empathy, not crisis intervention. The same holds true for delays after passing inspections when landlords wait for an unnecessary amount of time for notification or approvals. Every day that passes represents another family waiting to move in and another property owner losing income. I appreciate Councilmember Fruman's mention of AI assistance as a possible solution. Platforms like Yardy Rent Cafe can absolutely support automation, tracking, and transparency without violating the privacy laws. It could help out with automated alerts. However, I must emphasize that while technology can support the process, it cannot replace human accountability. Too often, supervisors are contacted only after their staff have failed. I know that Lori mentioned a time where the system worked under the leadership of Ronald McCoy. I worked at the agency when more people cared during the reign of Ron McCoy, when people actually enjoyed doing the work versus finger pointing, deflecting, and shift blaming. That never resolve issues. What will fix the issue is a renewed culture of accountability, compassion, and professionalism. And I would like to echo as I bring this to a close, one particular staff member who continues to exemplify those values. That is Janie Levy. Her consistency, her responsiveness and care proves that when people are actually engaged and accountable, the system works. Councilmember White, you mentioned the switch bait question with one of the young ladies, a tenant who had a complaint. And just to explain why that happens, when there are large property management companies and owners who have a large volume of properties, the goal is to fill the oldest unit first. So I just wanted to explain that to give a little bit depth of that conversation because, yeah, the applicant may have some frustration because maybe they apply for one unit, but then they get another unit instead. And I believe in that case, property managers should do better with communicating those unit changes. You inquired about the short-term fix versus a long-term fix, Councilmember White. I believe that supervisor level tracking alerts would help. Supervisors should receive automatic alerts when there's a delay with the RTA process and inspections. The long-term solution is to maybe explore whether or not AI could assist them with that process by way of Yardi. Thank you so much for your time. I recognize that I'm a little bit over. I appreciate your
Thank you so
support
much.
and continued dedication. Thank you.
Thank you. Adriana Leon, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I was reaching out because I've been having a lot of issues with people, like, in a lot of areas of the state. Like, when it comes to housing and also like the health and human services, and also the domestic abuse. And the unemployment, the workforce. I mean, it's a lot. I'm a homeowner. I've been having to get to the extent to sell my house, and right now I'm practically homeless. I'm a domestic abuse survivor. The man that was supposed to be in jail, I don't know how he was able to hack into my computer. And it's so crazy how he stole a lot of my information. And it's like the Department of Justice, I told him about the situation, and also they didn't even help me. So right now I'm homeless. I have 3 sons, and I had to come live with my parents. My mom and my dad, they're on disability. My mom's disabled and my dad's retired. But I find it ridiculous that I have to be going through this approach because I'm a college professor. Well, now I'm a university professor, but I don't start teaching until January, But the big pharma industry, I was also a strategic architect because I usually had like 2 or 3 jobs all the time. And it's a little bit difficult for me to get back up on my feet. because all of these government entities are just oppressing me. Like, I don't qualify for a lot of benefits that normal people qualify for because they see my past income is like it's in the six figures. That's all I can say, you know. But my point is that how can I be getting a letter of rejection from the housing, getting a letter from rejection from the unemployment, getting a letter of rejection even for food benefits, you know? It's like, where are they leaving me? And it's like they're practically forcing me to sell my house so that I can survive, you know. And I that's the point that I'm in right now. But getting my household takes a while because I don't know who's gonna buy it. It's not like somebody's gonna buy it right away. It sometimes takes up to a year before the house sells, you know. So at the moment, I'm stuck homeless, stuck without no money. And I've only had 31 cents in my bank account since June. So that's why I'm here, because I don't have a house. I even had the Child Protective Services come and check if my kids were okay, you know. And I'm like, I'm not using drugs or anything. I don't do any of that crazy stuff that normal people do. But where am I? How am I going to be able? I even lost my vehicles because of the unemployment people that they didn't even want to help me out with unemployment because they were doing some fraud and stuff, you know. But with that being said, when in this kind of situation, do you all have like an incident queue or something that can help people that are going through similar situations that are being rejected by the local government and rejected by practically everyone? You know, that's what's been happening to me because I'm considered overqualified as well because I have 4 college degrees. So how can you guys help me, you know?
Let me do this. I'd like you to call my office so we can understand what programs you've reached out to, and so if we can see if there are ways to help that you haven't tried yet. I'd like to do that. So rather than do that in the public hearing, what I would ask is for you to call my office, and we'll put it in the chat as well. But the number is 202-724-8174, and we'll be happy to try to help. I hate to hear the situation you're going through. Are you okay with calling my office?
Yes, I'm okay.
Excellent. All right. Thank you so much.
Can you repeat the number so I can write it down? Sorry.
Yes, I'm going to repeat it, and it's in the chat. It's 202
Uh-huh.
724
Mm-hmm.
8174.
Thank you so much, because I even called Mr. Schumer and all of those people, you know, and they're just rejecting me all the time, you know? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Happy to help. Denise Stevens, you are up next.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, and good afternoon.
Hello. And thank you for this opportunity. For me, this could turn out to be a miracle because I didn't know what else to do. Because of I have like multiple disabilities. In 2005, I had massive brain tumor surgery. The tumor, it was benign, but it was the size of a small orange. And I was in the hospital for 60 days before I could be released. I had to overcome temporary blindness, the ability to walk. My organs had to readjust. I have chronic PTSD. I have chronic arthritis. I have vertigo. I deal with cysts. I have chronic memory issues, and I'm also pre-diabetic. So I've a lot of things going on. I Because of my situation, I have over 30 pages of notes that I have to take when I'm dealing with issues because I won't remember. But I've been able to condense those into about 5 pages that I'm going to try to get through as quickly as possible. I was even able to summarize the important points of what I'm going to try to get through in my time allowed. And the first thing is that first, when I first submitted a voucher, it was never completed by the management staff in the rental office. The second thing is after numerous commitments made to do so that never actually happened. And that was intentional, and you'll hear why. Also, management, the rental office here, they intentionally caused my voucher to expire in the face of numerous commitments to lease the voucher up. And at one point, I was given a lease, literally given a lease, and was told, you know, it was for my current unit because I was doing a lease up. But I discovered halfway through signing those papers that this lease was not for my current unit, but for a 2-bedroom unit that I said I would not take due to the history of the violence over where that unit was located. Let me see. My testimony. I don't know if it looks like I'm out of time.
So what I'd like to do, similar to the previous witness, Ms. Stevens, is have you contact my office so that we can put you directly in touch with the folks who can help here. Yeah, it seems like you've been having some issues with the voucher, and I want to help. So it'd be easier if we can do that one-on-one. So can I have you give my office a call so we can assist?
Yes, I'll do that.
All right. Are you able to see the phone number for my office in the chat, or I can just give it to you and you can write it down?
Well, I can't see it in the chat.
All right. Well, let me give it to you. Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
202
Yeah.
724
Okay.
8174.
Okay. And I apologize. Your name again?
Robert White.
Robert White.
Yep.
Okay. Is
All
that
right.
WYHT?
No, like the color, W-H.
Oh, okay.
WHITE.
Okay.
But I also have a phenomenal team, so whoever answers the phone, we'll make sure we're helpful.
Okay, and I hope that they remember that I was a panelist who
They will, but everybody, you don't have to come to a hearing to get help in my office, but I'll make sure they know.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Stevens.
Okay.
Justin Connor.
Hi there, good afternoon. My name is Justin Connor. I am a landlord in Washington, D.C. I would like to start off with one simple question to the Housing Authority that I think could save us all a huge amount of time. Is there any organizational chart or staff list that you can provide to everyone here and put on your website that states the name, title, supervisor, area of responsibility, email, and phone number of each person at the Housing Authority? If you have such a document, please make it available to each and every person at this hearing and put it on the website. If you don't have such a document, you should immediately create it. And I think the DC City Council should ensure that this gets done, because I think this is a huge hurdle for all of us that basically make it very difficult to communicate with the Housing Authority. As I said, my name is Justin Connor. I'm a housing provider here in the District of Columbia, have been for 11 years. I'm here to share my perspective on the challenges housing providers face when working with the Housing Authority. And I urge for meaningful reform that will make the program work better, both for the landlords and the tenants. Housing providers do want to participate in the voucher program. We believe in providing affordable housing. We understand the importance of stable homes and long-term tenancies. But the reality is the way the Housing Choice Voucher Program currently operates makes it very difficult to participate. And for many landlords, they simply decide it's not worth the effort. The first most daunting issue, which we have heard about a fair amount today at this hearing already is the lease-up process and the lack of timely response of DCHA staff to stakeholder inquiries. That is why I argue there should be a staff list, as I asked about at the very beginning of my testimony. It is very difficult to reach staff members directly by phone. Emails are often never returned or only, as others indicated, after extensive escalations to either the head of the whole housing authority or the head of the housing choice voucher program. That oftentimes is the only way to actually get people to do their jobs. What should be a straightforward procedure turns into a paperwork marathon. When I assemble a package, an RFTA package, it typically runs 40 to 50 pages in length. And as other people mentioned, they often are turned down for any minor difference in the paperwork. In 2025, I think this type of manual paper-based process is simply indefensible. Most DC government business is conducted online. There's no reason that we can't use a secure electronic submission system that as other people have indicated, could also have a way to track the process more effectively than the current portal does. Furthermore, a significant complaint I have, the Housing Authority does not tell current landlords anything about when your tenant is moving out, and there is no system to track the status of the tenant's new lease up of a property. This makes move outs extremely challenging, especially because, of course, the Housing Authority will not pay one day on a voucher for a person in two different properties at the same time. Another thing that I would point to, which is problematic, is the inspection process. This is highly unpredictable, extremely inconsistent. In my experience, housing inspectors vary dramatically in their approach, with some failing properties for extremely minor issues, again, as we've heard about today, that often have nothing to do with safety, functionality, or livability of the unit. It's frustrating when a person wants to move into a property that is in excellent condition, tenant is ready and eager to move in, and it's held up over something cosmetic or irrelevant. This delays move-ins and discourages property owners from participating in the program. Another significant problem is the lack of accountability or support from the authority when tenants violate program rules. Housing providers often have no recourse when tenants engage in disruptive or damaging behavior, fail to maintain the property, or otherwise breach the lease. The Housing Authority holds us providers to the letter of every single rule in this program, but it is far less responsive when tenants fail to meet their obligations. Compounding all of these challenges is the overall framework facing housing providers in DC and the threat that this council may impose the entire DC rent control system to the housing choice voucher program, which has always been exempt. This idea is misguided. Rents within the program are already tightly controlled, as we've heard through the rent reasonableness process that limits the amount that can be charged based on comparable market rents, and through the constrained program of requesting rent increases. To impose another layer of control would make, for many, the program participation in the program totally unsustainable. For many landlords, this would narrow the pool of available housing, reducing options for voucher holders. I think it's the exact opposite of what we all want. The unfortunate result, as we know, many private landlords in the district simply choose not to participate.
Mr. Connor, I'm sorry, you're about a minute and a half over. Yep, so I'll come to you with a couple questions at the end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember.
Craig London.
Yes, thank you, Chairman White, Councilmember Fruman, and your staffs. I'm a housing provider, and as a housing provider, we've seen significant improvements in DCHA customer service over the past year in my organization. Since Executive Director Pettigrew took over, the improvements have been dramatic with a professional walk-in customer service function at 702 H Street. They are open 4 days a week with dedicated staff that do nothing but solve the constant flow of non-standard issues. From the security entering the building to the front desk to the specialists and managers, you have a great chance of solving problems during your visit. It's impossible to dabble with voucher tenants, whether they be through DCHA, DHS, or any other agency. It can't be done without a full-time professional staff to handle administrative matters and the never-ending inspections. We have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars every year for staff members that do nothing but administer voucher-related issues and oversee inspections. Many of the complaints that people make about DCHA and the voucher program are made from people that have not invested in the dedicated full-time staff needed. It's the opposite of the DMV, where you register your car and you have no need to interface for 5 or 10 years until you sell the car. Voucher holders have frequent changes to family composition, and their incomes often change weekly. They rarely have salaries. If they work, they are hourly or seasonal, sometimes with overtime. These income changes dramatically change the tenant portions of the monthly rent, and reporting these must be micromanaged in a cooperative effort between the tenant, the owner, and DCHA. People that dabble in the voucher program are not set up to handhold the tenants through the process. The tenants don't have computers, printers, or scanners. They are often using the phone of a family member when their own phone is shut off for non-payment. Exceptions are the rule with voucher tenants. The non-standard situations are constant. The only way to handle many of these issues is to go in person to 702 H Street to meet with staff and management to navigate these complexities, and they do a great job when you show up in person. And there's nothing comparable to this in the rent control or with market rate tenants. Whereas rent control tenants often replace their own appliances and kitchen cabinets, the property owner is 100% responsible for tenant-caused damage in the voucher program, or they risk failing inspections and having the payments cut off. Comparing voucher tenant management to rent control or market rate property management is like expecting an eye doctor performing routine exams to start performing kidney transplants. It can't be done part-time or haphazardly. There must be full-time professional staff in place to oversee the nuances. I'd like to take a couple minutes here just to specifically thank people at DCHA that have done an amazing job of solving problems and helping us in recent days. Anton Shaw, Star Lane, Okeechia Pompey, Devon Queen, Mercedes Atwater, James Allen, Mary Johnson, Davy Johnson, Alethea McNair, Lakeisha Pooler, Latoya Payne, Corzan Saylor, and Deborah Jackson. Additionally, we receive constant support and valuable communication with the inspection staff, Ty Gary, Kelsey Jones, and Jasmine Moody. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Taylor Bush, Advocacy and Outreach Manager with Georgetown Ministry Center.
Hi, thank you, Councilmember White, Fruman, and members of the community. My name is Taylor Bush. I'm the Advocacy and Outreach Manager for Georgetown Ministry Center. We are a nonprofit organization located in Ward 2 that serves individuals experiencing housing instability. We serve hundreds of individuals who have benefited tremendously from the Permanent Supportive Housing Program intervention. As an organization, we support Housing First model because housing is what ends homelessness. Housing is a necessary component to improve and extend individuals' lives. As a privately funded organization, we are not housing providers. Therefore, we are uniquely positioned to view the system objectively. We ask that you review our statement and reflect on the changes that can be made to improve the Permanent Supportive Housing Program. PSH allowed individuals to stabilize, settle, and leave the fight or flight mode that they have been living in since living on the street. PSH provides individuals with the opportunity to be engaged in the community again and support individuals with complex mental and physical health needs. When living on the street, so many hours of the day are consumed by meeting your most basic needs, like figuring out where you're going to sleep that night. In housing, you can focus on the needs that weren't able to be prioritized while you've been in survival mode. We as an organization have seen how vital PSH can be for an individual. While we know PSH is considered to be best practice, we also recognize that there's room for improvement. Navigating the PSH process can be extremely challenging and time-consuming. In order to qualify, an individual has to be homeless for at least a year, and often takes several more for them to be selected for the subsidy. Once selected, the process continues to be lengthy, from being assigned to an agency, then a case manager, attending an in-person briefing, then finding a place, ensuring eligibility, and after all that, hoping the rent is reasonable and the unit passes inspection. Many individuals are going through this process while they're still uncertain of where they'll sleep that night. During this process, we have watched many individuals decompensate and lose trust in the system. The PSH process, as it stands, is not truly designed for individuals it's meant to serve. A good example of this is the voucher briefing. In order to receive their voucher, clients must attend an in-person voucher briefing that lasts for 2 hours. Individuals often receive very little notice and must attend at the date and time told to them. They are expected to find transportation and must bring their belongings or find a safe place to store them while attending the briefing. The process does not accommodate most people's current situation and does not seem appropriately designed for people who live outside with limited resources. Another major flaw in the system is case management component. We've noticed that the turnover rate is high, which leads to the further distrust with our guests. As soon as they get familiar with the case manager, they're assigned a different case manager to handle their case. Investing in case management and increasing salaries and providing additional training can limit the burnout and prevent turnover, ultimately creating a more secure network of support for individuals working towards housing. This is not a comprehensive list of the barriers to obtain permanent supportive housing, and in order to get a better picture for improvement, it would be important to capture the viewpoint of individuals who are going through the process and have already gone through the process of obtaining permanent supportive housing. As a district, we want a process to access PSH that decreases the bottlenecks and works for those individuals who it's trying to serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And Nadia Williams. I'm sorry, Beth. Beth, are you with us? I see you. You'll have to turn on your video and unmute.
I'm sorry, Mr. White. I'm so sorry.
No problem. Good to
Hi,
see you.
hi, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Johnson. I am a member of People for Fairness Coalition, and I'm a housing advocate for the unhoused. I've noticed that a lot of our issues dealing with the unhoused is that DCHA and some of DBH let our constituents fall through the cracks because they're not doing their timely jobs. They tell them one thing and then something else seems to happen and they don't trust nobody. And it's really sad. And I'm going to use me for an example. With my HCVP voucher that I've had for a good maybe 16 years, is every time I turn around, I get a different case manager and we are not notified. So then that puts us at risk of losing our vouchers. But I believe, as the others has said, that we need to hold the people accountable that are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. If you don't like your job, get another one, but you have to have some kind of compassion. Like Miss Ellison said, you have to have compassion. Maybe they need to be retrained. Maybe you got to have some compassion. When you're unhoused, you need that compassion. You need somebody to say, hey, I understand. I'm where you are. Let me help you. And then they'll say, well, I don't trust the government. They done told me A, B, C, or D, and I haven't even got to A yet. So I think the accountability, Mr. White and Mr. Fruman, needs to be held with the caseworkers. If your caseload is overwhelmed, say something, but just don't let the people fall through the cracks. I've seen it too much. I'm outside and I deal with a lot of them, and they're talking about, well, I don't trust, I don't want to talk to nobody. But when they get to that point of not trusting people, then we lose them, and we don't need to lose them. We need to do better than what we're doing. I enjoy what I do. I want people to get housed, winners here, and then it still takes forever for somebody to get housed. I think it shouldn't take more than 90 days or less to house somebody. If there's so many caseworkers, then we all need to be on the same page, and we all need to be talking and getting in contact with each other so we don't lose the clients outside. I don't want no more unhoused people to die outside because it's heartbreaking. That's all I have to say. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you so much for being with us. Just a few questions for this panel. Taylor Bush, on the voucher briefings, are those held during the workday or are they evenings, weekends? When are those usually held?
Sorry. Yeah, during the weekday, typically during like business hours.
All right, so if somebody works, they have to take off work to do it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Justin Connor, one of the things you mentioned in your testimony, I just want to get a little clarity on. You said the housing authority doesn't tell landlords when the tenant is moving out. Isn't the lease between the tenant and the landlord? Why would the housing authority weigh in on that?
I'm not expecting them to weigh in on it. I'm basically talking about the situation where a person is moving their voucher from one housing provider to another housing provider. And the issue is the current housing provider has no visibility really as to when that lease up is going to happen. So person will give you 30 days notice, or so they will say, okay, I'm moving out this date, but then they begin that process that we heard a lot about in this hearing about trying to secure housing and going through all these applications and so forth. And then you never really get notice. And some people are not great at communicating and they don't necessarily let you know, oh, I have moved out of your property. And, you can no longer therefore collect anything on that voucher anymore. And there's no information from the housing authority about that either. So I think the portal option of visibility of everybody to be able to see what's happening with this voucher holder's lease up, that would be extraordinarily helpful to everyone.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. And Craig London, to your point about tenant-caused damage, what do you have thoughts on what we should do about this, and particularly whether there are other jurisdictions that handle this differently?
Well, I do know that places like Virginia and Florida, tenant caused damage is something that you can evict a tenant for. And they have 60 days and you can evict a tenant. So all of a sudden you have a whole lot less damage in these places because the
You
tenant
can't
knows.
evict in DC over damage to the property?
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
You cannot evict in DC because of
No,
damage to the property?
damage is not rent. Damage, you're then channeled into Superior Court. So now you have to sue someone who has no assets.
Okay.
And get nothing, what are you going to do? Why are you going to do that? So, I mean, what we do, frankly, not by choice, but just because we have to, paying for 100% of tenant damage is now an amenity in our properties. That's just what we do. And then all we try to do is make the tenant, frankly, feel just a little bit guilty and understand what we've done out of our own pocket based on something they've caused. And then we say, we're not going to evict you. We're not going to take you to court, but this is what we've done. Please, we were nice to you. Please be nice to us and try not to do it again. So that's just kind of the give and take with it.
Okay. The other recommendations were clear to me, so I don't have any other questions. I want to thank you all and turn to my co-chair, Councilmember Matt Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. I just have one question for Ms. Spann. Ms. Spann, and it's sort of a broad one, so it could require going on for a bit. You spoke to a number of different technology things, and I feel like you echoed some ideas that had been put on the table earlier in the hearing, but you also talked about the culture at DCHA, and we have heard a number of people speak about the work culture at DCHA. And I wonder if you could elaborate on that and offer thoughts about what kinds of things we should be doing in order to try to address the issues that you raised.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman, for your question. As pertains to the culture, I believe that in addition to accountability, training is definitely needed for the staff. I know that the staff supervisors, they're stretched thin with caseloads. They're trying to get the work done. However, communication, follow-up and follow-through is important. And because it's been missing and lacking for so long, it's become the norm. And so accountability, automating those processes, like I said, if something is outstanding, for the supervisors to receive an alert that perhaps the RFTA process is taking 5 days longer than it should. Like they do have processes in place, but the accountability to hold staff accountable is what's missing and lacking.
So that's interesting because there's an intersection between the technology comments that you had and the culture comments, that you can use technology as a way of improving culture.
Absolutely. And I do know that as AI is coming on the scene, and of course, as you indicated, AI cannot replace humans and being the decision maker, but just open to use AI to automate things that are outstanding. If there's a bottleneck, to say, okay, well, here's an alert. We use it in the property management industry, right? And so there are ways I believe that agency can use it that does not violate the Privacy Act or the privacy laws.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Really appreciate the testimony of everybody on this panel and of all of our public witnesses to date. And with that, I turn it back to you, Chairman White.
Thank you, Chair Fruman. We are going to take a brief 15-minute recess, and then we're going to come back with our government witnesses. So the time is 2:10. Actually, let's say we'll return at 2:30. Nice even time. So we are in a brief recess. Director, I'm sorry, there was one public witness who apparently wanted to testify, and I'm gonna allow her. Yeah, you can leave your stuff there if you want. All right, let me know when we are ready and I'll resume. We're good? All right. We are resumed and we have one more public witness. I forgot to ask if there was anyone else I had not called who was here to testify. So I'm glad you caught me. If you would introduce yourself and you can begin your testimony. And thanks for being with us.
Councilman White, thank you. Councilman Fruman, thank you. My name is Catherine Thomas, and I am a former DCHA employee.
And can you move the mic a little closer to you?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me? Perfect. So my name is Catherine Thomas, and I'm a former DCHA employee. I'm no longer working with DCHA. However, in my unique experience, I recognize this hearing is a pivotal juncture in improving the housing voucher system in the District of Columbia. I'm here to illuminate the systemic impediments that have created a consequential failure in service delivery. The testimony of the concerned citizens that we've already heard today have unequivocally demonstrated a disturbing correlation between the workforce issues at DCHA and the voucher processing delays and system failures. We must prioritize operational excellence by addressing the administrative bottlenecks created by DCA's employment structure. The critical issues requiring immediate intervention are first, there seems to be a systematic purging of experienced staff members. This represents a substantive barrier to efficient voucher processing. The experienced staff are often replaced with large numbers of temporary or term employees. These temporary staff members are often met with management practices that prevent them from obtaining permanent employment status at DCHA. When workers are prevented from achieving permanent employment status through systematic rotation of temporary employees and contractors, DCHA loses institutional knowledge, which is essential for expediting the housing voucher application process. Second, there seems to be a pattern of workforce instability that has created capacity constraints that directly impact vulnerable families during the application process. The gaps in staffing continuity represent operational inefficiencies. These inefficiencies definitely demand transformative solutions. I'm here today to ask that you mobilize the resources to institute comprehensive reforms in the employment practices of the District of Columbia Housing Authority, establish accountability metrics for workforce performance, training, and retention, implement robust mechanisms to preserve institutional expertise and knowledge, especially in the areas where there are touch points for vulnerable residents, deploy targeted interventions to stabilize the workforce, thus ensuring accountability for the housing voucher customers and stakeholders. As the implementation of the Yardi Rent Cafe is on the horizon, there is going to be a time-sensitive nature to this crisis. This complex staffing issue demands strategic partnerships between the council oversight, DCHA leadership, and workers. Only through catalyzing stakeholder engagement can we streamline the voucher process and accelerate the voucher placement timelines. It is also imperative that the council and DCHA recognize that employment structure failures are not merely administrative issues. These failures create consequential impacts on housing access for our most vulnerable residents. We need legislative intervention to optimize both workforce conditions and voucher utilization rates. The return on investment will be clear. Stable employment creates efficient services. I urge this committee to leverage existing infrastructure while implementing a multi-pronged approach to address these paramount concerns. The path forward requires courage to confront uncomfortable truths about the workforce at DCHA and its direct connection to service failures. Like many here, I want to give credit where credit is due at DCHA. When the eyes of the executive leadership team are on a difficult issue, those issues are resolved extremely well. However, when executive leadership is not involved, there are dismal employment pitfalls.
I'll give you a few seconds to wrap up.
Okay. A workforce that is temporary, terrified, and traumatized cannot serve DC residents well. Thank you for your leadership in addressing these systematic impediments.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being with us and glad we could get your testimony on the record. Chairperson, do you have any questions?
Thank you very much for your testimony. I guess I think when we have the government witnesses up here, I will ask about turnover and about reliance on temporary workers, just to try to get as clear a picture of it as I can. Are those the right things that I should be asking about?
Yes. That's the start.
Okay.
That's the start.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
At this time, we will bring in our government witnesses, DHS Acting Director Rachel Pierre, and Executive Director of the DC Housing Authority, Keith Pettigrew. And I'm going to swear in our government witnesses. Right. So for our agency witnesses and anyone who may be called on to ask questions, let me ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. You can begin your testimony when you want. Director Pierre, would you start? Excellent.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Fruman, Chairperson White, and members of the staff of the committees. I am Rachel Pierre, Acting Director of the DC Department of Human Services. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this important joint roundtable discussion focused on accelerating access to voucher-supported housing for individuals and families exiting out of homelessness. When Mayor Bowser took office more than a decade ago, she made a bold commitment to make homelessness in the district rare, brief, and non-recurring. Since then, district agencies, council members, nonprofit organizations, businesses, and community partners have rallied around that shared vision, working in concert to advance meaningful progress through innovative, evidence-based, and person-centered best practices. Administered by DCHA, the District Local Rent Supplement Program, also known as LRSP, was established in 2007 to help DC residents with extreme low incomes secure, safe, and affordable housing. The program provides monthly rental subsidies that bridge the gap between what a household can afford to pay and the actual cost of rent. Unique to the district, LRSP reflects DC's strong commitment to ensuring access to affordable housing for its most vulnerable residents. One of the key differences between the Federal Housing Choice Voucher Program and LRSP is that the local program is specifically designed to serve households earning below 30% of their area median income. As DHS expanded its permanent supportive housing program, DCHA was a natural partner, given its existing infrastructure for administering rental assistance. DCHA already served individuals with extremely low incomes, though without the intensive case management support, and built the necessary systems through its administration of LRSP. Though not initially established to serve referrals from the continuum of care, today the majority of participants in LRSP are connected to DHS. Today, the District Permanent Supportive Housing Program serves nearly 9,200 households, including approximately 1,100 individuals and families currently in the housing search process. This growth reflects significant investment made in recent years to expand the program. Between fiscal year 22 and 25, the district doubled down on its commitment to ending chronic homelessness by allocating more than 4,000 new vouchers. These investments are making a measurable difference. Last year, the district saw a 9% reduction in overall homelessness compared to 2024. In the past fiscal year, thanks to strong collaboration with our partners, including the Housing Authority, the district hit a record year of LRSP lease-ups, 1,265 households. That momentum has carried into the new fiscal year. In just the first week of November, we leased up 50 households, the highest number ever in a single week, including a record-breaking 28 families. Last week, when I testified before the Committee on Human Services and Health, I focused on the services and supports DHS provides to individuals once they are housed. In my written testimony, I shifted that lens to the journey that begins when a participant is matched to a housing resource, highlighting the progress we've made over the past 4 years to streamline that process and preview where we're headed next. With Director Pettigrew also here today, I will focus my testimony only on the parts of the process that is DHS-led. To better understand and address the factors contributing to how long participants take to lease up to a unit, DHS has divided the lease-up process into 5 key stages. This framework enables us to pinpoint where delays occur and where targeted improvement can have greatest impact. The first stage is match to assignment. This stage begins when a resident is matched to a housing resource through our CAP system. This step, which includes intake, is critical. It initiates the participant's path towards housing, allows enrollment into our housing supportive services, a Medicaid billable intervention, and give the participants an opportunity to select their case management provider. In fiscal year 22, as the voucher program nearly doubled its size and case management slots became scarce, it took an average 176 days from housing resource to match to case management assignment. Thanks to the extraordinary efforts of our partners, especially the provider community, I am proud to share that in fiscal year 25, we've reduced that time frame to just 25 days. The second stage is assignment to application submission. This stage spans from the assignment of case manager to the submission of the housing voucher application. During this phase, the case manager, who is employed by a DHS contracted provider, works closely with the participant to gather all required documentation. Once complete, the case manager provider submits the application to the DHS for review. DHS then verifies its completeness and forwards the application to DCHA via their workflow management system. In fiscal year 22, participant matched a voucher within an average of 223 days to move from case management assignment to application. By fiscal year 25, that timeframe was reduced to just 61 days for participants who were matched in fiscal year 25. Stage 3. This stage is led by DCHA. DCHA begins once the housing application is submitted to DCHA and continues through the eligibility determination notification. During this phase, DCHA reviews the application and may request additional documentation or clarification to complete the approval process. Stage 4, from the decision of voucher submission to the RAFTA submission. The fourth stage begins when a housing voucher is issued during the voucher briefing and continues until the participant identifies a unit. This phase is often the most unpredictable is dependent on several external factors, including the availability of affordable rent reasonable units, the participants' housing preference, and landlord screening criteria and responsiveness. In fiscal year 22, this stage took an average of 123 days. By fiscal year 25, we reduced that timeframe to 71 days. The last stage, the fifth stage, is the RAFTA submission to decision. The fifth and final stage begins once a participant selects a unit and continues through the lease-up. This phase, which I will allow DCHA to speak to, involves several critical administrative and logistical steps that must be completed before moving in. This year, in close partnership with DCHA, we sharpened our use of data to drive progress across the housing process. With a fully staffed and well-trained team of housing navigation program analysts who are no longer new to their roles, we've seen increased efficiency, deeper program expertise, and stronger support for clients navigating lease-ups. In parallel, we've convened town halls with PSH providers to align messaging for participants and collaboratively address barriers. Together, these efforts have helped accelerate timelines at every stage of the lease-up journey. Our goal is to help people access housing as quickly as possible, ideally within 120 days of being assigned to a case manager. With nearly 1,100 households currently in various stages of the process and 336 new families matched to housing resource this fiscal year, we know there's still more urgent work ahead. This timeline must be both short and efficient because homelessness is a crisis and our response must reflect that urgency. Every day that an individual or family remains without stable housing is a day too long. We've participated in the process review work led by DCHA's consultant and advocated for by our provider community. One of the most compelling recommendations to emerge from this collaboration is the call to clarify and formalize through local regulations the processes that DHS and DCHA have developed to make the local program truly responsive to the needs of the people we serve. Since DCHA and DHS have partnered on a local voucher program, we have implemented practices outside of DCHA's administrative plan to better meet the needs of individuals experiencing homelessness. And we agree that when our practices diverge from federal framework, having clear and specific local regulations in place would enhance transparency, consistency, and accountability. We also recognize that many individuals matched to our program have complex and significant needs. Without the tailored support provided through this program, many would not be able to secure housing independently if simply pulled from the DCHA waiting list. That is precisely why this program was created, and it must be our North Star. The consultant's report also highlighted the persistent, delayed, and repeated back and forth involved in the process and processing RAFTAs, which DHS finds both concerning and highly ineffective. This process continues to consume a significant amount of time. In response to Housing Navigation Program Analyst team at DHS is planning to retrain frontline provider staff in the coming months to improve accuracy and streamline the RAFTA workflow. Finally, we are contributing to DCHA's plan to transition from a patchwork of systems to a more unified platform and have shared feedback with DCHA. While an email-based system may be practical and effective solution for many participants, it is important to recognize that it won't work for everyone. Individuals who are still experiencing homelessness or are in early stages of the housing stabilization process may not have reliable access to email or the digital literacy needed to navigate such a system. For these participants, alternative approaches, particularly DHS and provider-led communication, remain essential to ensuring equitable access and engagement. We're also concerned that the transition may sideline some of the progress we've made in making the local application more user-friendly as it replaces those improvements with prompts and processes from the federal program. We'll continue to work closely with DCHA to help build a process that meets unique needs. I am closing. Many of the individuals we serve have spent many years without a stable place to call home. For them, the promise of permanent housing can feel distant, even unimaginable. DHS's permanent supportive housing program were created to change that, to transform what once felt out of reach into a reality grounded in dignity, stability, and hope. These programs are more than policy tools, they are lifelines. They exist to bridge the gap between crisis and stability, between surviving and thriving. And as we look ahead, that mission must remain our North Star, guiding every decision, every partnership, and every investment we make. Thank you again, Chairperson Fruman, Chairperson White, for the opportunity to testify today. I welcome your questions and look forward to continued collaboration as we work together to ensure every district resident has a place to call home.
Thank you so much. Keith Pettigrew with the DC Housing Authority. Thank you for being with us.
I think she pretty much covered it all, right? I just want to say some brief words. First of all, just thank you for providing this forum to speak about the progress that the DC Housing Authority has made in administering local funding vouchers. DCHA is committed to providing extremely low income and moderate income individuals, families across the city with safe and affordable homes. But as we all know, the demand for affordable housing in our city is high and no single agency can solve this alone. That's why I'm grateful to work with partners like the Department of Human Services and thousands of landlords who support DCHA in its mission. Since I arrived at DCHA in late 2023, improving our administration of the local voucher programs has been among our top priorities. Over the past 2 years, we've made a purposeful effort to strengthen our relationship with DHS so that together we can better serve DC families. This involves adjustments on all sides. At DCHA, we focused on improving communication and coordination with DHS that involve instituting recurring meetings with each other and maintaining an open dialogue so that we can continue to refine processes. This work has helped streamline DCHA's eligibility process for vouchers, cutting weeks off our average timeline for completing these steps And most critically, we have been able to subsidize housing for more families. By building a sturdy bridge between DCHA and DHS, we have knocked down silos and created a partnership that encourages continual improvements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me start out again by saying thank you to our agencies. You know, we've had some hearings over the years where people have expressed understandably frustration about how long it takes for vouchers, and they ask, you know, for transparency, to sit down at the table with the agencies, and we've challenged the agencies to do exactly that, and you all have done that, and I just am grateful for that, and I think the work shows, the progress shows, and I think the agencies have earned a lot of trust and goodwill in that process. So thank you all very much, and thank you for the continued improvements. A few things that came up today that I want to start with. The first is the response times and feedback for both clients, applicants, and landlords. I think this question is for DCHA. What can we do on this side to ensure more quicker feedback on applications so that there's not a delay of weeks for people to find out that there was a mistake in their application, and then updates for people to know what's happening along the way, either proactively or at least them being able to get a quick response from someone?
Nicole Wycliffe, sorry for the hoarse voice, Deputy Executive Director at DCHA. So I'll start. I think it's probably educating because on the front, as Director Pierre just said, you're working sometimes with DHS caseworkers and also working with the specialists. So it sounds like we need to ensure that either the sponsors or the tenant understands who they should be communicating with. And just looking at the process, the piece that comes to DCHA in the application process, the team has been able to get that done in 23 days. So just listening to the testimonies, it sounds like we need to definitely work together to ensure the individuals, should they be talking to DHS caseworkers to get answers, or is it DCHA specialists to get answers?
Okay, well, that's a place that did you want to add something, Director?
No, go ahead.
That's a place that I hope you'll be willing to put some focus. I mean, certainly understandable from the perspectives of the folks that we heard from today. If you're waiting for a couple weeks and then you think things are moving and then find out there was a problem with your application, that's going to be frustrating. Or if you're the client and it's in the RFTA process, which most of it doesn't have to do with the client, you have no idea if you're talking, days or weeks, and you got to figure out life. So from a user standpoint, my guess is that we all understand we've got to make some improvements there.
So, and I will now jump in. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Because I heard earlier about the testimony with regard to, obviously, we're implementing the Yardi system, which was started prior to my arrival. And I heard about the dashboards and being open facing. And that's something that we want to get to. And we're trying to look to get there probably by the summer of next year. Yardi is pretty much implemented, but we now need to add the other modules. And so that will help a lot going forward, because we do want to be forward facing. We don't have anything to hide. I mean, I know the staff are overwhelmed with a lot of paperwork right now, and Yardi is going to help us with regard to tracking all of that and tracking the days. And the funny part is we can track the days now. Once our staff put it in. Now we need to monitor it better. I mean, I'll give you that. I mean, without a doubt. But the main thing is to get to that dashboard so that people can see, right? And they can go in and access, whether it be their case managers from DHS, right? Or whether it just be the individual in general, to be able to tap into the system, use their unique identifier, and find out where their paperwork is, so that way, but also on our side, we need ticklers. We need to make sure we have ticklers as well and do a better job at tracking it too. So just so you know.
How far away are we from clients being able to go to a place online and find out where they are in the process?
So on the local voucher side, we're looking at it, and as many people said, there were some areas where Yardi system, it was made for federal. So our team has been working closely with Yardi. We're hoping first quarter. Again, we still have to work with the DHS team to make sure that this all goes smoothly on the Rent Cafe, but that system will allow everyone to tap into that. It also allows us to add more than one email address. So if advocates or caseworkers or others need to be notified, it will notify them as well. And that is that one-stop shop. So one of the, DC law says you can't ask immigration status. Unfortunately, Yardi system, it's a requirement. So that's what we're working on, those type of things we're working on with Yardi to customize to ensure that the local side can be accommodated through the Yardi Rent Cafe as well. So first quarter.
Yeah, and trying to get Yardi to customize a system that's set up for federal. I mean, they haven't been like willingly wanting to have that conversation. The system is a system.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know whether it's a proprietary issue or what, but it's tough to try to get vendors to try to change their system when it's set up for the federal system, right?
Right.
And so we're trying to massage those relationships and let them understand that. I know because we're using another system now, CVR on the other side to help DHS right now. Then first thing I asked was, well, can they interface? And so we're trying to get them to think about it, but they don't want another vendor tapping into their system because of, information and that kind of stuff. So understand the challenges we have with the process of the local side in DHS and how they start off versus what we do as basically as a federal program.
Okay. And finally, for this round, is the agency aware of common issues that get a voucher application kicked back and not accepted?
Deputy Director Keisha Pompey, I'm sorry, you said common issues that get a voucher kickback?
Yes. So a voucher application. Someone submits an application, there's an error, so it gets sent back to them. Are there common errors there?
Common errors may be if your Social Security is not matching the information that you put on the paperwork. So things have to match your date of birth and things like that have to match the application. Those may be things that we may kick back for. Those are not common. Other things may be if say you have employment, but you did not provide check stubs, so we may have to ask for those income verifications. Those will be reasons that something could go back for additional information.
So do we have a sense of what the common reasons are that applications get sent back and not processed without being, having something fixed?
Not at the
So,
moment.
yeah, we can look into that. I don't think we have it right now because it's various reasons, but we can look into it to see if there's one common that they're usually going back for.
Or maybe one more prevalent than the other, right? We'll probably give you a list of them, right?
Okay.
From highest to lowest.
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman Fruman.
Thank you very much. Wasn't planning to, but I think I'm going to start here because the Yardi system has come up. On the one hand, what I'm hearing is that the whole portal idea and the idea of ticklers and warnings that something has sat at a stage for longer than it should becomes possible with this technology. So it's a question of working through that to make it happen. Then there are two things that come up as flashing yellow lights around it. One is this federal local piece, because you can't ask, it's the law. And so it's challenged. And if the idea is that DHS has its own data system, you'd like to interface with that data system, and that is that's got to be managed. What's the process that you all are working through to try to sort these things out? And are there things that we need to do in order to get to a system that's compliant with federal law for the things that are federal and compliant with local law for things that are local? How do we get there?
A lot of persuasion. With Yardi, right?
With Yardi.
With the two vendors, right? Yeah, that sort of is our dilemma right now. And I know Director PNF we talked about 2 weeks ago when we were talking about the process and some of their clientele that don't feel comfortable with accessing an electronic system and that kind of thing. And that's why they need the CVR system, because we're pretty much going to be set up in Yardi by the end of the year for the most part, aside from the dashboard piece, which is going to come later next year. But she did impress upon us that, hey, listen, Keith, the reality is, we're still going to need that CVR system right now, given how we operate and what we do. So again, I mean, it's not an easy one. I'm hoping that some way, somehow we can convince Yardi to maybe help us sort of modify it a little bit. We had talked about trying to, what was it? The disclaimer? Do a disclaimer, with regard to the whole immigration question and other things that are done on the local side that we have to comply with on the federal side. So.
Yeah, so I think this is going to be an ongoing conversation,
Yes.
but that strikes me as a real challenge. I was thinking that the second thing that I had been hearing, which is we can't put all of our weight on an online system because there are folks for whom that's not going to work. And I guess what I'm hearing you say is that's the CBR system, that DHS is doing things. And Acting Director Pierre, I'll invite you to comment on both of these things. That's the way DHS works through caseworkers and gathers the information for folks who may not have the capacity or access to the tools to be doing it themselves online. How are you thinking about dealing with that population? And then I'll turn to Director Pierre to comment on both of these issues, the local law issue and the folks who have, for whom we need to have an in-person or person-to-person system.
So just to clarify, the CVR is actually our system that we utilize now. So that will go away at some point for Rent Cafe or Yardi system. However, Keisha or Director Pierre can pitch in. I know you guys use the SharePoints and you're uploading, but right now we're pretty much doing everything in the system manually. You can talk through that.
Yeah, so currently we're doing everything in CVR. We actually have already made progress in terms of moving to CVR. We still work with 2 additional systems with DHS, which is their smart system and their step tool. So we've gone from 4 systems to 3. We're trying to go down to like 2 to 1 generalized system. As it relates to the obstacles that we're having in terms of criminal background or immigration, right now with the new system, which is Rent Cafe, there's going to be a disclaimer. We are currently doing weekly and monthly meetings with DHS where we're walking through this entire process so that we all can be on the same page in terms of how they can be addressed. So right now, even though the system shows you federal questions like, are you a U.S. citizen? Do you have a criminal background? There's a disclaimer for local voucher participants. And that's what we have agreed to at this point.
A disclaimer, I mean, I guess I'd have to look at the law, and Director Pierre, I invite you to comment, but if we're not supposed to ask, we're not supposed to ask, so that becomes a challenge. But Director Pierre, if you want to speak to it.
Thank you. I think the concerns that we have with the URD system, I think has been highlighted by just the public witnesses and us. It's a few things. Yes, those questions, we prefer that it's not part of the application. Again, this program was built for our local residents. It's mostly like 100% funded by local dollars, so we should be able to customize it for the needs of our population. So we would recommend absolutely electronic system. I think we all want to move away from paper applications and so forth, but it also needs to be built with our population in mind. Currently, the Rent Cafe, the way I'm understanding it, Rent Cafe, which is publicly facing, it only allows for 1 email for the applicant. And it probably works. Well, the concern that we had is that there's not an opportunity to put not just the resident's email, but a case manager emails and so forth. Our population, they need case management. I don't have to explain why they need case management. They're not able to go through the whole process. So we've given feedback to the Housing Authority, and I think I'm hearing from the Housing Authority a commitment to listen, to incorporate our feedback before it gets implemented. So we're hopeful that those things will be implemented. So right now, as the Housing Authority already mentioned, work through the CVR tracker or workflow system. We share information, they share information about the statuses. The way we also work with our providers is that we have weekly, what we call case conferencing. So even if they don't have visibility to the system, they have monitors through DHS, and we keep them informed as much as possible of the status of application. We are hopeful by moving through a rent cafe or something electronic that's customized for our population. And we think that, if there's a commitment to be able to get there, then we can get there.
All right, well, I need to stop, but I wonder if in your testimony, Director Pierre, you talk about perhaps a need to change the administrative procedures in order to harmonize these things, and maybe that's bound up in this. It does seem like this has been a project over the last months, enormous progress made through collaboration, and it looks to me like the next 6 months are going to require the same thing in terms of the implementation of these electronic systems that should be part of the future, but to make sure that they work for everybody. With that,
And I'll just add, the Rent Cafe system actually does allow for multiple email addresses, and we're committed, to ensure that, the advocates, once they sign the disclaimers with the applicants to release it, that we can add more than one email address.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Fruman. Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Pierre, could you speak to how DHS currently coordinates with DCHA during the vouching lease-up process to ensure timely approvals and prevent residents from being caught between the two agencies?
Sure, Councilmember. So I mentioned in my testimony that we have the voucher process sort of divided by 5 steps. DHS owns 3 of those steps. The Housing Authority owns 2 of those steps. So we're very clear in terms of what's sort of like in our box, and we are working on making sure that improve just expedited matching from the time resident is matched to a voucher process. We want to make sure that they get case management assignment as quickly as possible. And then that's the stage 1. The second stage is ensuring that once they have a case manager assigned to them, they work on completing the application, the voucher application, as quickly as possible. This is still on DHS's workflow. We work with the providers. We review the applications in its entirety to before it gets submitted to the Housing Authority to reduce any back and forth. So we have an internal review process once we get the application before it's submitted to the Housing Authority. Then the Housing Authority works on the eligibility process of the application. Once an applicant is found to be eligible for a voucher, our case managers work to help the resident look for a unit that's rent reasonable. One of the things that we've done to also expedite this process is that we've made accessible to all of our providers the affordablehousing.com that allows for rent reasonableness check before a rafter packet is submitted. So then our providers, they have the ability to look at the units to make sure it's rent reasonable, so that, again, to minimize the back and forth, so that they don't submit a packet with a unit that's not rent reasonable. And then the Housing Authority approves units, they schedule for inspection, and they do the lease-up process.
Got you. You mentioned workflow, and typically there's situations where there may be a breakdown in workflow. Could you speak to what process exists to escalate cases where families or individuals with disabilities face repeated delays?
So you mean with the Housing Authority or with our providers? So I guess maybe which piece?
With your providers.
Okay, with our providers. So we have, while most of this work, we have 23 providers who work in, who work not only in the housing navigation stage, but also the housing stability stage of our clients who are in a PSH program. So they are responsible to help the client complete the application process. However, within DHS, we have monitoring teams. So all of our providers, they assign a team of monitors. So we have weekly case conferencing with the providers to make sure that we understand the barriers to lease ups, and then we can remove those barriers as much as possible, including working very closely with the housing authority to try to understand, the status of an application and so forth. So while we have direct contact with the housing authority, I think what we've heard from the providers is that they want a system that allows them to also have as much visibility in real time as possible. And that's kind of what we're working towards, a better system.
Thank you. Director Pettigrew, could you speak to how DCHA measures and reports on landlord and tenant satisfaction related to the leasing up process?
So we have meetings with the landlord associations. I know Mr. Shaw, who's out today, family matter, but I know that he meets with the landlord associations. And we also host events with landlords. So we get feedback during those meet and greets, what we call them. And we've done several over the last couple of years in order to sort of meet with landlords and match them up with residents with vouchers. So we get feedback in both of those ways. I constantly talk to landlords, some landlords that I don't want to talk to, but they get feedback as well. But if you're looking for something more formal like a survey, we probably definitely should be instituting something like that to get more feedback on a more formal basis.
I think that will be helpful.
Yes, I hear you loud and clear. I got you.
So I'm pretty sure DCHA has a standard, a goal that you guys want to meet from a leasing up standpoint. Could you speak to how many pending leased up applications currently exceed DCHA's standard processing timeline, and what internal goals have been established to bring the number down?
I think we can definitely get back to it, or Noelle, we'd have to switch out if you have the averages.
Okay.
But I know it's broken down. I mean, if we want to keep it to the 5, steps that Director Pierre, we can talk through. I know we talked earlier, one of our goals is 30 days in the application process. We know we're exceeding that. We're at 23. Our other goal from Rafter to lease up, I think we talked the other day, we're at about 47. So I think that goal might've been 40. But we can get more specifics on the goals there. So the team has definitely been exceeding the application eligibility part of it that DCHA is responsible for. On the back end, Rafter to lease up, we just talked the other day, we're shy of 7 days of the goal.
That is the average, right? But there are outliers, right? I mean, when we've heard the testimony, and we do need to get better at what we do, but that is the average right now. But I've heard the testimony, I've heard the frustration, and we know that some people, have not been handled the way that they should be, and we're looking to fix that.
And from just a follow-up question, and from your perspective, could you speak to what specific stage throughout, whether it's the intake process, whether it's inspections, whether it's through the rent reasonable or the rent reasonableness determination, or even executing the contract, creates the most delays?
In the leasing process, what really kind of creates our most delays is landlord information. You have to have what's called a completed packet. We have to confirm deed, and we have to confirm ownership. And those things kind of delay, especially when landlords have like a management company. Often people are ready to get to the inspection point, which our packet says is within 14 days, but it's 14 days of a completed packet. So often we're going back and forth with the landlord in terms of who actually owns the property, who's submitting the paperwork for the owner, who's going to be the payee, and who's supposed to be paid. When those things are cleared up, then our inspection part takes about 2 to 3 days to be scheduled.
Okay. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Council Member. Things that seem to come up for me today during the hearing were in terms of where the bottlenecks are the RFTA process, sort of feedback and response times, inspections, and possibly staffing. Are you seeing those things? Or are you seeing something different? Where do you see the current bottlenecks?
Definitely saying it's not staffing, but then no. And we can talk a little more with that if you want to, but.
Yeah, I would think that the bottleneck that we're kind of seeing is, like I said, to Mr. Pettigrew's point, it's not about staffing. A lot of it is about paperwork being accurate in order to get the process through. Even though we have those days that we like to target, we could do better, of course, in terms of communication. I think we've put out thousands of vouchers on the street, and we're getting multiple hundreds of packets a day in terms of people trying to lease up into a unit. That is something that is contributing to the delay in an immediate response. Now, when we go to our new system, which is the Rent Cafe, that process would be more streamlined, and that's because when a packet come through, you have to complete every step of the process in order to complete the process. So that it would be a completed packet that comes through. At that point, reasonableness would be, we do reasonableness within 24 hours now. Like I said, inspections are scheduled within 2 to 3 days from when a packet is completed. Once that new system is automated, where you're able to upload that process, to you guys' point about AI, is doing a checking as the paperwork is being submitted as well.
Okay.
And just to add, the current system that we use now, the CVRs, as individuals are saying, is the owner portal. So in that portal, you are waiting a lot of times for the owner to upload these documents. And we can't get to the next stage if it's not completed. So when you hear the people complaining about the inspection process, that's because we're still waiting for the completed package, right? Because you don't want to go inspect something that someone submitted something, they may not own it, or you can't leash up in there. So once we go to Rent Cafe, everyone will be able to see the stages, right? Instead of just the owner. So right now the team, and we'll be honest, all our specialists are not doing it. If in the owner portal, there's updates, they should be emailing the tenants or the applicants as well. It's happening with some specialists, not all. So the team continues to reinforce with all of the staff to make sure that the applicant also knows where they are in the stage, because sometimes the owner isn't. So again, going to Rent Cafe, that'll go away under the CVR portal right now. The mechanism's not there to keep the tenant updated on the process from the RAFTA submission or RFTA submission.
How are DCHA staff alerted when a landlord submits the RFTA package?
So the CVR portal, it sends the specialist an alert. So every time a landlord uploads information, it's a two-way system. So when the specialist uploads something to the landlord or says something to the landlord, they get an alert. When the landlord responds, the staff gets an alert via their email, letting them know. So they get the email, they click on it, it takes them directly to the message and what has been uploaded.
Is there an RFTA checklist so
Yeah.
that, okay. And where is that?
That's a part of the leasing packet. So the owner has a copy of our checklist.
Okay.
And when you it's a part of the packet itself. It shows the checkpoints that we're gonna go through. It also includes a pre-inspection checklist so they can have things checked before we even come do the inspection.
Okay. And the DCHA DHS facilitation report also recommended it cited rent reasonableness denials and the lack of transparency and appeals as top issues. How are you digesting that recommendation that came from that process?
I guess we have, I mean, that's, I hear, Director Pierre saying, they have it, they've given it to their sponsors, we have it. So it's a little baffling to still hear. If it's not meeting rent reasonableness, it's, we have an appeal process, which we know we have the locators who are actually licensed real estate agents that's doing deeper dives and are able to turn it around in 24 to 48 hours. So still hearing some of the talk of rent reasonableness, we'll have to just go back because we greatly thought it improved. And now even knowing that sponsors and DHS and everyone has access to do it before it comes in shouldn't be a concern as well. So we'll definitely look into that.
Yeah, and also, I mean, again, we hear the testimony. And so we're going to take a look at maybe doing more training sessions, right, throughout the city for landlords, just to do more outreach for it. Because as you all know, when we first got here, unreasonableness was one of the biggest issues that we had, and we thought we had gotten past it. And a lot of landlords have no issues with it, but some do, right? And some other groups have an issue with it, but for the most part, people have been giving us feedback as to say, hey, everything's working for you now. But the ones that we hear with testimony, was telling us that, hey, we need to do more outreach now. So let's set up a schedule, maybe once a quarter, we'll go to one quadrant of the city, another quadrant, or wherever the landlords are concentrated, and do some training sessions.
Excellent. Are you willing to work with organizations like AOBA and Samoa on that?
Yes, we are. Dean Hunter calls me all the time.
I find that hard to believe, but boom.
And we'll just add, we actually did, I believe AOBA, many of them were in there. AffordableHousing.com actually did a training for many of the owners and landlords. So we just, again, as Director Pettigrew says, we can get that more on a rolling basis, right?
I appreciate it. Let me shoehorn one more question in here. We do hear from landlords frequently that tell us their RFTA packet is rejected and they don't know why. Do we get feedback on to let folks know specifically why their packets are rejected when they are?
Yes, so when a packet is rejected or canceled, they are supposed to inform the landlord why. Usually we are canceling packets when we have not received documentation. So we do what's called a two-way. We tell the landlord what's missing in the packet. We give 5 business days. If that landlord is communicating with us where they're giving us like 1 piece, 2 pieces of the information, we give them additional 5 days to get us the information. If we do not hear back from the landlord, staff are required to give a call to the landlord and to the tenant to let them know the process. Because sometimes when we contact the tenant, they can get to the landlord faster than we can about checking their emails and getting their paperwork in. So we are supposed to tell them exactly why it is being canceled.
Okay, I don't want to get too far in the process. I'm concerned about, we hear this a bit, and so may need to put something in the rejection with standard language that says this should tell you why it's rejected. If you don't know, like call or email this person. Chairman Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. So a couple of things. Each time I think I'm going to go in a different direction, but then I just follow on this topic that has come up. So on this RFTA package, which is a lot of the conversation, one of the things that you said was things like the deed and proof of ownership become a real snag. And I get that for a new landlord to the process, but what happens when it's somebody, we had somebody testify this morning and said, the last time I did this, it went well. This time, it's been a nightmare. And that person must have submitted a deed and ownership, proof of ownership last time, which means you have it. And you could test it against tax records. To what extent are you able to rely on filings related to a different unit in order to expedite the process for one that's in front of you now?
Request the same documents if it's the same owner?
No, we do not. So if the owner is already an existing owner with us, they're checking that they are an existing owner. We already have their documents on file. Usually we ask for their documents when we do not have something on file that's needed.
So that snag should not occur for somebody who's an existing.
Not an existing owner.
So that seems like
And we have,
gonna be a lot
I
of
would like
your
to see that,
folks.
yeah.
Let's just clarify, an existing owner with the same LLC or company name. So if I'm owner Nicole and I've got all these different entities, I need to check each of the entities. So
That is
we
correct.
get that a lot because they're creating a new LLC for each property. So we can't use the same.
I hear you. It's not necessarily the same person, but I'm thinking about buildings, multifamily buildings, and that it shouldn't be an issue for those. Also, and I hope this isn't the case, but sometimes when you're completing these kinds of online things, you can't go to the next thing until you've done the thing before. Please tell me that's not how it works here.
That's not how the system is currently working. So no, a landlord uploads a full packet and we have to go through that packet page by page. So we're looking at each page of the packet that's submitted. So whatever they submitted is what we're looking at. So it's not a stopping
But must they
But what
submit?
Rent Cafe, now when we go to Rent Cafe, it will have that mechanism in place where you have to upload, where you say deed, you have to upload a deed, and then it goes to the next step.
But if you don't upload the deed, you can't go on to the next
You
step?
can't go to the next step.
That worries me. So just, why?
Yeah, it saves, it saves until
So
the.
you'll still have you'll save, but you won't be able to submit, just put it, you can't submit a full package. Right, so and you need that document to go to the next, to be able to submit a full package anyway. But yes, that system does count you before you can go to the next.
This is a bruise, this area, and trying to make it easier. And one of the things that you said that made me think about automation, that you said the specialist is supposed to say what's missing, but it sure seems like that's a thing that software could know the answer to. And so you could, if there was a portal and you were looking at it, there was access by others and folks were looking at it, it could say, we need your deed, we need your this, we need your that. And that would provide guidance. It seems to me a goal should be have folks get as much in as they can and then narrow their to-do list. Food for thought, why wouldn't we do something like that?
That's a great question. So we can look into that. For us, our staff can't process anything until you have a complete package. So we do provide checklists before, so you can gather your documents. But you cannot submit a full package if you didn't have all the documents either way. So we can look at Rent Cafe. We haven't gone live yet to ensure that checklist is already on there. So before you get started, you have these. But even if they don't have them all at that time, it's not going to be submitted to DCHA to start any review process. It has to be a complete package.
Yeah, no, I guess I hear you on that, although when somebody says staffing's not an issue, it makes me think there's enough people to do this, and sometimes those people might be waiting for things to come. So it's not staffing, but part of what we hear is, I went all the way down this path, and then I was told one thing was missing and I wasn't told what it was. And then, so how do we get away from that and make it as easy as possible for folks to have materials flow into DCHA and DCHA sign off on those materials so the process keeps moving?
So I'll go back to the whole, you can't go past this step if you don't have the document. That sort of helps in the situation because we get a lot of packets. I hear it all the time. I've submitted my packet only to find out that the packet wasn't complete. And then now all this time has gone by. But if you can't get by a certain step because you didn't submit the information that you needed, that tells me as an applicant, okay, then I'm missing something here because they won't let me go forward. As opposed to getting a packet with something missing, and then all of a sudden we come back later on and say, hey, you're missing these documents, and now you've lost all the time. So it's kind of 6 in one hand and half a dozen in the other for us, because I hear it all the time. People stop me in the street, hey man, I submitted my packet, and a couple of days later, a couple of weeks later, I was told that I was missing some documents. And I'm like, okay, well, there is a checklist, number one, that you should have followed, number one. But number two, if you can't upload your full packet, then you know something's missing. Just off the top of your head when you go into the system. So we're hoping that would help solve the problem of people thinking they've submitted a full packet, saying that they haven't heard from anybody, but realizing that I can't go forward, because we all see it. There's systems that we all live in as individuals that, you can't go past a certain point without the information. First thing you say to yourself is, what am I missing here, right? How come I can't get to the end, right? So that's sort of how we were looking at it.
Yeah, I hear you on that, and we do all experience that. For me, when I get into that loop, I feel like I want to cry because I can't figure out what it is that I need to do to get past. And we keep hearing about this package as being a challenge. And I'm groping for, how do we hold people's hands more, make it as easy as possible, tell them exactly what's missing in real time so that they can get over the finish line. It seems like all of that information is there, and they shouldn't have to figure it out. We should be telling them immediately.
Right. Well, there's a checklist, right? There's a checklist, number one. So you're going to see the checklist. And again, number two, I mean, listen, we can invest in more outreach.
Yeah, I'm going over, but I hear you on that, but I do, there's things, you got to submit 6 things, and you might submit 3 of them today, but you got to go get the other one. But you want to get it done, so you get the 3 in. Then somebody tells you, we're still missing these 3. The system could tell you, you're still missing these 3. I'm looking for, given the number of people who talk about this as being a choke point, how do we hold their hands and help them through this, as opposed to saying, we gave you the list,
right,
so you should have given us everything in the list. Tell them in real time what's missing.
Yeah.
Food for thought.
Yeah. So I was telling Director Pig, the number of applications and people that we have coming in, we don't have one staff for each person. So that's the challenge, right? So if you have, and Keisha, you can help me here, but if I have, 20 applications that I'm responsible for, and our turnaround time, I believe, is 30 days or less, we're going through those. So in real time, it's a challenge to turn around and right now tell you exactly what you're missing, because like you said, we're working on this other one, trying to get theirs through as well. So staffing isn't a concern with our funding amount, but no agencies have one-to-one for staff. And that's really probably the only way you could do real time. If you're coming in, we're working with your application, this is what you're missing right now. It's going to be a few day delay and everything else to get through the packages to now say, you're missing this. So our hope is the checklist, the briefings that the team do, when they sit down with each of voucher holders that are coming in, the staff walks through all of this with them. Then they equip them with the checklist as well when they're leaving.
I'm sorry, I know I'm way over, but I'm a little lost why it wouldn't be that when you look at the deed, you say the deed's good, the ownership's good, but this isn't good. Why wouldn't you say accept it, and then somebody would know this is what's missing. It's not work by the computer can do it.
Just for clarification, when a packet comes in, and if I was a specialist, I'm looking through that packet, I am doing what you're saying. Check, I have deed. Check, I have a W-2. Check, I have the owner's information. I may stop here at the rafter. I don't know who pays what utilities. The landlord didn't fill out who's responsible for utilities. That's a pause point. I'm going to the next. I'm reviewing the entire packet. And so when I respond in that message center to the owner, I am telling them everything that's missing at that point. And as a specialist, I'm then notifying the tenant of everything that's missing as well. So you get everything that's missing. The packet, when a packet come in, we do what's called rent reasonableness, affordability, and review the packet all at once.
All right, I'm way over.
Thank you, Chair Fruman. Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And picking up where Councilmember Fuman left off, I believe my last question was, what are some of the challenges that delay the process? And you mentioned landlords, or trying to verify if it's the landlord's property, or requiring additional information from those landlords. Could you speak to what are you doing to improve that system so you won't have to require as much from landlords, or create a streamlined process?
Yeah, so the new systems that we're going to is going to be checking those points. Now, let me be clear, that process with DHS is completely different.
Right.
That process is held with DHS, where they're working with the landlords. They are collecting the packet from the landlord. They are doing a pre-check before that packet comes to the housing authority, which is why now, to the point when we get into the leasing part with DHS, we're down to 60-some days right now, in between the lease up period. So that on that end, you probably have to ask DHS that part. But for us, when we streamline, when we get the 2 systems, it's doing a check base as information is coming in. And the packet is not 29 pages long. It is a very simpler process through the electronic portal.
Thank you. I've had the opportunity to speak to a number of residents who may have a second piece of property and who have opened up their home to voucher recipients. Then on the other hand, I've had individuals in that process, and DCHA isn't as responsive as they would like. My question is, how is DCHA planning to increase landlord participation when many report long waits or poor communications as deterrents?
We currently now offer landlord orientations. So landlords are actually able to become a vendor with us before they even submit a packet. So they are able to contact the agency, list their properties with us, go through the whole process of creating what's called a vendor code before they even get with a tenant. We have a lot of education events for landlords that talks about the voucher process and what it looks like from their end and what's needed in order to expedite their process. And a lot of it's tailored because at the end they have Q&A and we do one-on-ones with those landlords as well.
Gotcha. And this picking up from my council colleague Fumin, this next question: would you guys consider a consolidated single point of contact model or landlord support desk within DCHA to help improve the efficiency and communication with property owners?
Yes, we currently have that. We have landlord liaisons now.
Okay.
That was added
7 months.
about 6 or 7 months ago. So we actually have 2 landlord liaisons that work with landlords. So they are able to, if they cannot get to a specialist, they're able to punt their concerns to a landlord liaison who works within the department to communicate and coordinate issues and get it resolved within better timeframes that we've had before.
Okay.
And so I will add, we can always increase it with more funding. So we have 2 landlord liaisons right now. We do have a hotline and we do have an email that they monitor.
You plugging for funds?
Copy. We mentioned data earlier. Could you speak to what data sharing mechanisms currently exist between the 2 agencies to track voucher status in real time? I think that's starting to be a thing, real time.
Yes, so DHS has access to our CVR portal. They're able to run reports on their own. However, we send reports to DHS every Monday. That report is everything in terms of status of an application, missing documents, vouchers that are about to expire, who needs to be, might want to ask for extension before the voucher expired. They get all of these reports every Monday from us to them.
Could you speak to if there's any administrative blind spots from the coordination between the 2 of you all?
I do not think so. Our IT teams meet as well every week. And so they're ironing out different issues. If DHS is telling us something is wrong with a report or they want additional information in that report, our 2 IT departments speak every week as well.
Shifting gears slightly, could you speak to how DCHA uses data to evaluate the overall effectiveness of the voucher program in preventing homelessness and housing instability? And also, like, what indicators do you guys go by?
So from DCHA, we're looking more at, funding and utilization. So that's probably more DHS tracking that piece of it. So we're looking at how much funding there, how many vouchers on the street. And ours is, of course, we want to reach 100% utilization. And then we know that, of course, that's not enough, but that comes down again to funding. But that may be a DHS question on tracking that piece of it.
Gotcha. Could you, I guess, Director Pierre, you probably would be best equipped to speak to this question. Could you speak to what steps is your agency taking to ensure equity in voucher distributions and leasing up timelines, particularly in Ward 7 and 8, where the need of affordable housing is greater compared to other parts of the city?
Sure. So our process is really from a vulnerability standpoint. So that's how we measure, I guess, our measure of equity. We know that we do not have sufficient just vouchers for everybody who probably could benefit from a voucher. So the community has established through our coordinated entry system. It's a case conferencing, and then residents are matched through case conferencing. We do the VS for that. All of them, all of our residents who are could be eligible for a PSH voucher receive the VS for that. But that's just one part of how we determine, the prioritization, rather. So we also do it in case conferencing.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I want to get out the weeds a little bit and, away from sort of tactics in a bit higher level. So the data we're looking at right now show that the vouchers that DCHA administers were down to 205 days. Let me clarify that first. So we did have somebody testify that that number does not include, at this point, folks whose vouchers have expired. They haven't found a place to live within the 180 days, I think it is. Well, why, is that a change that the agency made?
So so I did hear that testimony from the public witness. For us, we track it. So we do track it. That's why the average that you can see from, I think it's, submission to decision has been over, in some cases, 180 days, because we do track, if it resets. But while the voucher technically is eligible, expires after 180 days. We do work with the housing authority. If we make a request for a voucher extension because a resident is close to lease up, for example, then they will grant that extension.
So, but how does that calculate it into the average amount of time it takes someone to use their voucher?
So we do add it. So that's why if you see, I don't know if, I guess, we have this information that's on our publicly available dashboard that it took us in fiscal year 24, 100, so if you add the two from the time somebody is assigned to a voucher to the time somebody has has received a decision for a voucher through a unit approval, that means the voucher still has not been utilized.
But it is in the 205-day average.
Yes.
Does that include folks whose voucher has expired?
Yes.
Okay. So we're at 205 days now. I think our shared goal is to continue to improve from there. Is that right?
125 is our target, yes.
What is it?
120 days, yes.
120. How do we get from 205 to 120 days? How do we get from 205 days to 120 days?
So for the steps that DHS controls, we've identified opportunity to reduce those timelines to get to a goal of 120 days. So we believe that 120 days is possible. So we improve the number of days it takes us to match someone from a case manager. Once they've been matched to a voucher, we continue to reduce the time that it takes to submit an application once somebody's matched to a case manager. And we continue to work very closely to make sure that once somebody has a voucher, we help them, attend a voucher briefing. We also help them identify units. We have internally housing navigators, but we also expect our monitors to monitor the work of the providers to ensure that they are tracking very closely. That's why we have weekly case conferencing, and that's why we also made available our rent reasonableness tool, so that also can reduce the time. So
about how many days will those changes shave off of the 205-day timeline?
Altogether, we hope the process would shave 80 days, so we can go from 205 to 120 days, so 85 days. Our goal is to get the process down to 120 days. Currently, we've improved, but it was currently taking us 205 days.
All right, it doesn't sound like we have a path right now. I'm hearing some things that you're doing now, and we hope that those shave off 85 days, but I'm not hearing we've looked at this part of the process. We estimate that on average, this will reduce about 10 days on average. I'm hearing that you want to continue, you want to reduce the number of days to match someone to a case manager and do some things with people attending housing voucher briefings. But I'm just not sure what the specific things are and approximately how many days you think.
So,
those will take.
Councilmember, in my testimony, I've shared how what we've done to significantly, actually didn't even go into my full testimony, to significantly reduce the days. So it's shown that the process that we've put in place is actually working. We've been able to really hire case managers. We do no longer have a shortage of case managers. We ensure, so I can go back.
Okay, so you're saying the things that you've been doing will continue to yield
Absolutely.
more results?
Absolutely. So that's
Okay.
why we feel very confident about our ability to meet the 120 days.
Okay. And on the DCHA side, what at this point to go from 205 days where we are now to 120 days where we want to go, what can we do on the DCHA side?
So the 205 days, I just want to be clear. I believe that's from matchup to actually housed, correct?
That's correct.
So vouchers that expired, like you said, wouldn't be in the 205 days, but just listening to Director Pierre's testimony and looking at the days, the two pieces that are with DCHA actually, if number 3, which is the application, our goal was 30 days, we're at 23. And so by working very closely, getting the backlog that we came in here caught up, the team has been working very closely and have exceeded that goal right now. So we've already decreased those days to meet the goal. On the back end, which is a DCHA's, which is the RAFTA to LISA, what we've just talked about now is trying to figure out ways how to streamline the process with the owners to figure out if you're already on file or ahead of time and showing that they're coming in, because that adds to that piece. I know DHS is doing a lot of that now and handing over, but still we can work together from lessons learned on the federal side to figure out how to, if it's truly the landlord providing documents or figuring out, is there another way that we can go in and help them to find the documents to decrease on that end. So we'll look at that piece of it. But for the one piece, we've already exceeded that by working very closely with the team, ensuring we're staffed up and training to make sure that the packages are coming in correct.
Okay, so we have, we'll have our performance oversight hearing, well, budget hearing maybe. We'll have the performance oversight hearing, and we'll look at that. That'll be roughly February, early March. So it'll be about a quarter, roughly, and we'll see where the numbers are. And if they're continuing to drive down, then it seems like continue what you're doing. Although on the things that did come up, like responsiveness, quicker feedback, I do hope we'll see some progress there. But we'll look roughly a quarter from now and see where the numbers are and see, if this is continuing to work. Chair Fruman.
Thank you very much. So on the RFTA process, you had said on one piece that the goal was 30 and you were 23. What's the goal on the RFTA process and where are we at now?
What's the goal though?
The goal was
Okay, the goal is 30 on the RAFTA process and we're at 37, I'm hearing.
Okay, so we're looking for where it is that we squeeze things out. So actually, if you had 60 days for your two things between the 23 and the 37, you'd be there, but there's got to be more that can be done. On the DHS side, and this is going to start my plunge into data, a bunch of the things, and let me find it. It's on the dashboard, which is great. Thank you very much for the dashboard. There's the number of vouchers at different stages, and there's 0 that are not matched in October because you were done, and now you have 336, I think, that you'll be working with in the coming year. Assigned, there's 329. Submitted to DCHA is 67. And issued, it's 831 and they're looking for a unit. So I guess part of what I'm getting, then the numbers for a unit identified, in some ways, one would hope that the DHS numbers would go down, that things would go more quickly because there's going to be way fewer. Am I right in the DHS early stage processes before it gets to DCHA? When you look at that data, there's 329 that have been assigned to a case manager, and now you need to get it to a place where it will be passed off to DCHA. And then there's 336 that are in the pipeline that in the course of the next year. So the numbers probably this year are lower than the load in previous years, which is an opportunity to get efficiencies. Am I understanding the numbers correctly?
Yes.
And so then back on the numbers, and now this is, I ask this every time, but here's how I understand it. 1170 that are it matched but not yet leased up. There's 336, but there's a reference to 52 of them are spoken for in a different way. And so 280 or so new ones that are just now coming into the system. So about 1450 that you'll have over the course of the next year, and then you'll be out, as I understand it. Given the pace of lease ups, you had reached 120 a month, and then this month 50 in the first week. Like, are they going to last? Is the pace of 120, is the pace of 50 a week sustainable? And if it is, are we going to run out of vouchers before the end of the fiscal year?
So it's very possible. So we have about 330, well, fewer now because we've already matched 50. About 280 more vouchers to match for families, but we do have some unit base coming online. So we have approximately 200 altogether. So it's a site base.
Of unit base.
So I think the distribution is about 50 for families and about like 150 actually it's 213 for individuals and 65 for families of unit base that we will match hopefully this year.
Okay, so then when I talked about 1450, it's more like 1750 with the 300 or so, or 1700. And then, so the hope is that we'll work through that and we'll still have some that carry us into the next fiscal year. And then it's going to fall to us to figure out, and with the mayor, how many new ones get put into the pipeline. The numbers, there's a bunch of places and it's just the nature of it. Like some place you say we have over 4,000 and then another place it looks like, okay, I see it, it's 4,500 or 4,400. But big picture on the dashboard, it shows in FY25 something like 9,800 local vouchers. Humor me that that's the number.
9,200 total.
What's that?
9,200. 9,200.
No,
Local
see,
vouchers.
that's what.
So total, we have 9,200 individuals matched to a voucher between all who are leased up and so the way to look at it is 9,200 residents who are served by the LRSP program. So minus the 1,100 who are still leased up, the remaining 8,800 or so are housed, 8,700 housed.
Wait, I'm sorry. Now I'm looking for it on the dashboard, but I thought that what it showed was, here, client served 9892. What is that?
Where are you looking at? You said,
This is on the,
so on the dashboard, I mean, I think I have, and it changes, council member, but I have 9,185, maybe as of like last week, served. Oh, you're looking at the storyboard?
yeah.
Yeah. So what's the number on the storyboard?
The storyboard is 9892.
9892.
And it's client served, but I guess
Client
I'm
served, yeah.
assuming that that's households, but is it?
It may be, so maybe folks who have exited for the year. So it's numbers served, and we have people exited throughout the year.
Oh, so numbers served through the course of the year, not necessarily a census at the end
Correct.
of the year.
Correct.
Okay. Oh, I want the census at the end of the year.
So the current census is what I've mentioned in my testimony, about 9,200.
I see.
And then,
Okay.
and then 1,100 still need to go through the Lisa process.
Yeah, okay. Well, that takes away one of the questions that I was, because it was 9892, and then in the previous fiscal year, it was 9490. So it was like a gain of 500, but that's not that 500 more people were served at the end of the year. It's just during the course of the year.
Right.
Okay. All right. I think with that, I'm going to pause and go back to Chairman White while I think about how I come at other numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Fruman. This is probably my last round of questions. But you know, I want to keep focusing on sort of how we continue to make improvements. We have data on overall process timelines for DHS vouchers and issuance to lease timing data for all vouchers, but I haven't seen that data for eligibility reviews. Do you track and report on this, the timeline for eligibility reviews?
I mean, it's,
Both got parts, yes.
yeah, so that's also included in our storyboard, because we do get the data from the Housing Authority and we include that in storyboard. I can speak to what we have, but it is,
What do you have?
so I have that in fiscal year 25. This is from submission to eligibility. We have 63 days from the eligibility determination in fiscal year 25.
Okay.
And like currently right now, previously, it was taking the Housing Authority about 100 days to do eligibility. Now we're down to 23.
23 days?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a reason for the difference to like, it's almost triple the time for the Housing Authority versus DHS? What's the difference? What's happening on one end but not the other?
So the data that we have, that's what you're asking?
So it
What's the
sounds like DHS, you take 65 days to do eligibility?
We do not do eligibility,
Okay.
council member, so this is all the
That's
Housing
what,
Authority.
okay,
Yes.
okay. That's where I was getting confused. Okay. And okay, so 23 days is issuance to lease. No, I'm sorry, eligibility reviews. Okay, 23 days for eligibility. Okay. Are those public?
Are they public? We don't have them in the recovery.
No,
Is it in the board book
definitely
stuff?
recovery plan.
Okay, we can add it.
Okay. Obviously, we're coming to the end of the longest federal government shutdown in history. Has that impacted your work, particularly in the voucher space at all?
No.
Okay. And, you know, there are things that agencies and entities can do on their own, and sometimes you need legislation in order to do things. Are there any changes to DC law that would improve the voucher processing timeline?
You would tell them.
You can tell.
So there is, and I had the the facilitator put together a crosswalk document that we're going to share with everybody as well to show the various steps that need to be done. I think one of them is changing the DCMR. I know one piece of it has to do with the fact that you all adopted the administrative plan, but it's the federal plan. And so that's going to need to be modified to reflect the fact that the local program doesn't require immigration, doesn't require criminal background checks. We think that that kind of stuff needs to be changed because right now you're running on the federal side, just like we do. So, so there are going to be a couple of things in there that may. Was it anything else in DCMR? Yeah, we'll provide it. Yeah.
Okay, appreciate it. Check my last questions. So the follow-ups from the September facilitated session, I think you have similar follow-up from the one in July. Have you published that yet?
Not that I know of. I haven't published anything, right? Next week?
I mean, from the September. I'm sorry, not from July, from September. You did a follow-up session. You had said earlier in your testimony there was something you're releasing later this week or next week.
Yeah, that's going to be the report. That's going to be the report. Yep.
Okay.
It was a couple of supplement documents to make it easier for you guys to follow along with it. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when is that going to be released?
If I had to guess right now, since you want to put me on the spot, Mr. Chairman, probably Tuesday.
Okay.
Because we wanted to get through the hearing, sort of circle back with it to make sure we try to identify any points that we may have missed. So no later than Tuesday.
Okay. I think that's it. I think everything else I had has been asked. Yeah, so I'll wrap there and hand it to Chair Fruman.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to go forever, but I may go for more than 7 minutes.
We got anything for you right now, right?
What's that?
It's called numbers. That's your new nickname.
That's exactly where we're going, actually. But there is on the report that's coming out next week. Sometimes you may not feel like this is an auditor's report, but sometimes when the DC auditor does a report and makes recommendations, often there is a response from the agency about what their intentions are. Will this report include the recommendations of the consultant, but then also the response from the agencies about how they're going to address those recommendations?
That's the crosswalk, right? So there's a crosswalk document that we haven't put together that identifies issue, who's responsible for it, when we think it can get done. When we think it can get done.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that takes some questions off of my plate because then I don't have to. I'm going to see that on Tuesday.
Yeah, you
So
can. Yeah.
We'll go to numbers. On the housing choice voucher side, I see the allocation 16,371, and then the current leasing capacity 13,875, total units leased 14,121, which is higher than the current leasing capacity. Help me understand that, and then help me understand if you're bumping up to current leasing capacity, how much headroom do you have with new housing choice vouchers that you could help people get into housing using?
Well, we really don't. We're using reserves to cover those numbers. I don't know if you remember, let me take you back to bedrock a little bit. When we first got here, right? We put together sort of a leasing schedule because the Attorney General was like, Keith, get your numbers up. And so oftentimes what you'll do is, you'll flood the market with vouchers based on the funding that you had. And at the time, HUD said, listen, you got some reserves, you better use them or we're going to take them back. So we used them. And so here we are. So we sort of, we forecasted being a little higher going to the end of the year. But obviously, we have attrition. Attrition comes in at about 5%. So that number is going to drop down over the course of the year. Now we'll be completely at our funding level right now. I mean, literally, we're using a little bit of reserves to get to where we are, but it's going to level back off. So we'll be fine.
So, and then is the world you're going to be in with housing choice vouchers that you'll level off, and then if attrition is 5% and it's, say, 14,000, so that's 700. So that your expectation would be 700 come free, and
No, they'll just level us back down to our true 100% is where we would be.
but then as there's more attrition, does that then free up vouchers?
That
you
would,
can-
yeah, more attrition would free up.
I see. And then I've asked you this before, but it just continues to puzzle me. Why is the allocation different than the current leasing capacity?
When you say the allocate, you mean the 16,000 number?
Yeah, the 16,000.
So that is the biggest mystery of housing authorities, period, in the history of housing authorities. Most housing, if you ever go look, HUD is assigned a number of vouchers that this was way back when, and they just never really adjusted it. So, and what happens is, in a perfect world, if the DC market was such that we could afford to actually get the 16,000, we would do it. But the fact that the rents are so high in DC, it reduces that number back down. That's why.
That's why. Okay. So on the housing choice voucher side, I mean, in the next year, I think there might be 500 vouchers that come free that could serve new people.
Well, here's the other problem. The emergency housing voucher program is going away at the end of the year. And so now we're going to have to absorb those folks. It's about 600 of those individuals that are on what they call EHVs, and HUD to stop funding the program. So whatever attrition we get, we're going to have to now fund those families because they're already in the program under emergency housing vouchers. So no new.
There's no new in the coming
No,
year.
I doubt it very seriously.
And how many folks do you have who are connected with the voucher but haven't yet been leased up?
It's about what? About what, 600?
611.
611.
So, okay. And they are counted in the 14,120. Oh, no.
No,
that's
they're not.
oh,
No, they're on the street. But now we have
But you don't have
a
the
lease up
capacity.
success rate. Well, but a lease up success rate is about 68%. Everybody doesn't lease up. So,
Oh, you really are hitting because those 600 plus the 600 who are in EHV.
right.
And 500 or so coming.
Oh, so it's going to be tight next year.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's turn to a different thing, which is on the public housing side. And I know it's not the subject of this hearing, but you're here and.
Sacred bash.
I know, right?
So, I mean, the October numbers, the occupancy rate is down a little, and the number of units is the same. The number of offline units is the same. And it feels like between September and October, we lost 7 people. So we're down. There's 800 or so vacant units that are not offline. What's happening? It feels like we got a lot of people who need housing, 1,500 people on the wait list, 800 units that have been vacant for a couple of months. Help me understand why I shouldn't be worried about that.
Well, it's like Nicole was mentioning, some of them aren't ready, even though they're not taken offline just yet. Number one. Number two, the folks that are on the wait list, you have to sort of live it to really believe it. They don't want to take certain units. And we've run into that forever. I mean, people don't want to live and they don't want to live in Southeast. And so that's one reason why the opening of the wait list again in the beginning of the new year as a site-based wait list will solve that problem much better, because now you're picking a site where you want to go, so we don't have to worry about you rejecting everything. Number one, and plus it refreshes the list. These people have been on the list forever, and they're there now, and for some reason they don't want to take some of these units.
So we might have 800 units. Some of them are not fixed up. Some of them are in places that people on the wait list don't want to take them.
Yeah, we do have something. Yeah, but remember now too, you got to understand. So there's a lot of moving parts here. Then you got the IRB stuff coming in too. You know, we got to be relocating residents depending upon the scope of work at the properties that they're at. So there are a lot of moving parts in this whole puzzle, man. It's just really that we're looking at too.
All right. Well, you're You're one step ahead of me because that's exactly where I was going to go. The IRB stuff that's the $800 million in bonding authority.
Yes, sir.
And what, and I don't hear people talking about this, but it strikes me that this is giant. So help me understand what is happening around that.
So the A&E guys are now trying to finalizing a frame.
A&E.
Architects and engineers, sorry about that. They're now trying to finalize a framework for the scopes, number one. We've identified 17 companies that will come in and do the fee development work. We haven't assigned the first tranche of properties yet, which will be the first 9. But we're going to identify those in a minute once we get the scope finalized, because we want to be able to manage this process effectively and efficiently, right? And then we don't need them running around trying to come up with all kind of numbers. We want to be able to lock them in and say, hey, listen, here's what this scope is for this particular property, because we've already done it. Now let's work together to figure out whether or not we can get to an agreement so you can start work next fall, next spring on whatever property if you're so lucky to be assigned. So that's where we are right now.
So there may be 9 properties that are the first in the queue.
Yep.
And you're having teams of architects and engineers look at what's sort of concept plans, maybe boxy looking things of how much housing, et cetera, might be there. And then at some point, you didn't, if you said it, it slipped away, but let's say a year from now, you might go to market and try to get folks to come to agree to develop those sites along.
Yeah, rehab the sites, yeah. But it's not going to be a year from now. Right now, the tentative schedule is by the spring, late spring, hopefully we should be starting to get work done. But we got to work out the relocation plans.
Rehab.
Yeah, this is all rehab. So it's not like redevelopment. This is all extensive rehab work.
These are just rehab projects.
Yeah, extensive rehab work. Yeah.
And that's what the 800 million is, extensive rehab.
Yeah.
And what about the redevelopment work? I mean, one of the things that people talk about is converting various sites to mixed income, for example. That's not part of this.
No, that's separate.
And where's that?
So we've been approved for a couple of Section 18 applications, but now we need to sit down and start planning. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts right now. We can't do everything at one time. So once we finalize this A&E stuff and we identify these fee developers that are going to come in and do the substantial rehab, then the development team is starting to look at the various properties that have the Section 18 applications and how we move forward with that process.
And how many properties have the Section 18 application?
It's 4.
4.
Yeah, Greenleaf, Potomac Gardens, Langston, and Horizon.
So in the 1,700 units that are offline, I mean, are they in the 9?
Some are.
Some are?
Yeah.
So that relieves some pressure on relocation, but now relocation, that seems like you got to work out relocation by the spring?
It's going to be exciting.
Do people know that they're about to be relocated?
Well, some may be, some may not. It depends upon the scope of the work that needs to be done. Remember, because if we have vacancies, the plan is to try not to relocate, but keep them on the property. But in some instances, we may have to relocate people off the property, depending upon what the scope comes back and the scope of work. Remember now, we're changing out plumbing systems, we're changing out electrical systems. We're changing it all out. So, because these places, they're old. I mean, the majority, 90% of my properties are more than 60 years old. I mean, they're just, and we need to replace the infrastructure as well as turn the units.
And then once they're rehabbed, are they going to be held by a separate entity or are they going to be held by you?
They'll be held by separate entity, but that we own.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not going away. I don't give away my land, Councilman. I don't.
All right, I'm going to go back to the theme of this hearing. So the storyboard, super useful, the DHS storyboard. Could you be open to taking the recommendations from the report and including those somewhere on the storyboard as a tracking mechanism?
Sure, but I haven't seen the recommendation of the report yet. So, to the extent that it makes sense.
And the storyboard, I still have more things I want in the storyboard and historic data, but there has been some discussion. is DCHA open to creating a story, like a dashboard like that, where it would be visible what's happening, where folks are, how it's changed over time? Is that on your to-do list?
We do listen to these hearings, right? So I called the IT guy when he stepped out in the hallway to say, Mike, we got to get a dashboard up. So he said he's probably going to be able to do once we finish the implementation. He said, hopefully directed by no later than June, we should hopefully have a dashboard for people to tap into and see where stuff are. So we hear you.
Okay, well, I do think that would be very, very useful. So, and I mean, in an ideal world, it all comes together, but this is, let's live in this world for right now. Okay. Yeah, I mean, last budget oversight season, this Director Pettigrew, we spoke at length about the funding structure for the voucher MOU and how DHS funding the MOU fits, and how I think you felt like it came in fits and starts, the funding under the MOU. And I'm wondering how that's working now in terms of having the dollars in order to put people into units through under the MOU with DHS.
I said that? It must have been her.
No, I think it was.
No, talk to her. She funded the MOU. The MOU for DHS.
So is the question asking, is it sufficient funding? Is
there sufficient funding? And I mean, I think the impression that I got last time was that you said, okay, there's a certain amount that are in the pipeline, but we get dollars on a schedule. And so we can't lease folks up until we have the dollars under the MOU. Maybe I'm misremembering.
Yeah, I don't recall that one. I mean, but we work, like I said, in tandem with DHS. So we invoice them, they pay the monies, we fund the landlords. But as far as funding, I know we exceed the 50 million and work closely with them to fund more, to be able to fund more vouchers.
Okay. All right. Well, I will close out going back to, I mean, a couple of the things that we talked about. It does feel to me like the challenge around Rent Cafe and being local and federal at the same time. I really hope that you all can figure out working together on that, how we square the circle, because you can't be out of compliance. And I don't know whether it means changing the rules, changing the law, or changing the platform. My preference is changing the platform.
Correct.
Also on the Rent Cafe, it does feel like it creates the opportunity for you to have a smoother system where, and it pains me to think you can't upload one document until you've uploaded the other. And it does seem like once you have that, the people can be kept up to date on what's there and what's not without a lot of human effort, but that could facilitate things. So I hope that that's a thing that maybe we can squeeze out some more days on the RIFTA process so that you get that average to 23. It's a terrible note to end on, but I mean, we did hear various things about culture. And we had somebody come in talking about, you saw it right before we went to government witnesses, to turnover and the use of temporary workers. I think it's a very, very challenging thing. And I think you came in right after COVID and folks had been used to working remotely, all kinds of different challenges of coming in and dealing with it. But can you speak to your view of the culture, what kinds of things you're trying to do to make sure that folks are maximally responsive to a public that has high needs?
Yeah. So the culture is getting better. I mean, obviously, when you walk into a situation we walked into 2 years ago, the culture was bad, number one. People were upset, you're right, about coming back to work. But I made it clear that we're a service provider and people need to be able to find us and get help. So So initially, but what I've seen, and the board will probably even tell you this too, the culture is changing. People are starting to be very happy about being there. We continue to recruit capacity. People are coming. I mean, people that said they wanted to give me a little time to see what progress we made before they come join the team, and people have joined the team. So we're constantly building capacity. You got a lot of people that were there when I first started in 2000, so what they call the weebies, right? So they're there, and so here we are. So that whole thing about turnover, I mean, when we do have some, we have it. I mean, every organization is that as large as us going to have turnover, number one. Number two, are we trying to hold people accountable? Absolutely. That's probably why you've seen some turnover in the voucher program, is because now Mr. Shaw and them are starting to write people up. Now, we do have to deal with the unions. And I know you guys are familiar with the unions because they've sent out notices about us, trying to manage people and sort of describing it as creating a house of work environment because you want people to do work. So you got that aspect of it too that you got to manage as well. But overall, the culture is good. I mean, I told the board meeting yesterday, we've been here 2 years and you can sort of see that people are starting to settle in now. And so I heard the testimony, we're always cognizant of staff and morale. And we try to do things to keep people, motivated and happy being there. And I think that the majority of staff are going to tell you that they like where we're going. I hear it often. Man, I'll get on the elevator. Man, we're glad you're here. We see the change. So, but you're always going to have some people that are disgruntled too. And I don't want to get into anything else about this, but there's some other things that weren't shared with you that you probably should know. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Maybe we'll have another conversation in another setting. What about the reliance on temporary workers?
So, go ahead.
So we actually, I think the union requested, so we recently just looking on the voucher side, I want to say we had about 3 temp staff, and on the property management side, about 1 temp staff. So we generally are only calling temporary staff in when we have certain projects or if someone's out on some type of leave, but mainly it's our permanent staff. Now, as Director Pettigrew said, there may have been some turnover. We're constantly interviewing and hiring at the time, but that could be just for many reasons. I mean, we've been holding staff accountable, but the use of temporary staff on those 2 sides of the house, the voucher side and PMO, is slim to none, actually.
All right. Well, on that note, I will close it out. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you very much for your work.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Chair Fruman. Couple quick lightning round questions since Chairman Fruman opened the door. On the industrial revenue bonds, when we approved them over the summer, word was that there was a possible November project start date. I didn't catch in the discussion when we're looking at.
So the start date was always in the spring of next year, just so you know, in terms of the actual work beginning.
Okay.
November was around the time that we wanted to be able to identify by then the fee developers that were going to be assigned to the first 9 tranche, with the first tranche, which is the first 9 properties.
Okay.
But obviously the shutdown slowed a lot of stuff down. And so now we're just waiting on the A&E guys to get the scopes done. And then we're going to move to try to identify the first 9 fee developers and assign them to 9 properties so they can start planning now. And then the whole time we're going to be communicating with the residents about where we are. They're going to be included in some of the designs that they want.
They're coming here.
You comment. Listen, they call the board meeting every month. Ms. Malloy and Daniel and those guys, and we've been pretty transparent with them. When we first started, I was out, me and Nicole were out leading the charge with regard to talking about the project. So we're going to ramp it back up again now that we're out of the shutdown, with more updated FAQs, posters and stuff like that, as well as a schedule to start talking to the residents again. And then more importantly, starting to have the conversation about relocation and what it may look like based on the scopes of work.
Okay. On the financial management issues that came up in May of this year, interested in getting a status update on that. This was the May letter discussing the financial audit results. When can we get an update on that?
Yeah, I will go back. I know we're finalizing, we're doing the 25 audit, and that should be wrapping up here soon. So we could give an update couple of weeks. We can do that, but then that audit will come out and show, many of the items clear.
As long as there's consistency, the
Mhm.
things that were pointed to from that May audit to, I just want to be
Yeah.
just, okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, and there were some other things being done too, with obviously a corrective action plan, number one. And then also there's a risk assessment going on right now that came out of that as well. So we are taking proactive steps to address some of the concerns that were there.
Excellent. I appreciate it. So I'll look forward to that update. And finally, what's the status of the public housing resident commissioner elections pursuant to?
That I got to get back to you, and I don't know off the top of my head. I have to get back to you. I'm sorry about that. I didn't. I should have known about it.
All right. Well, we will circle back on that, and we'll let folks know. I want to thank Co-Chair Fruman. I want to thank all of our public and government witnesses for being with us today. For anyone who was not able to testify, written testimony is encouraged and will be made part of the official record. Anyone who is interested may submit additional testimony through the dedicated webpage for this hearing on the council's online hearing management system. If you don't know where to find that, you can contact the Committee on Housing at housing@dccouncil.gov or 202-727-8270. The record for this hearing will remain open until the close of business 1 week from today, Thursday, November 20th. If anyone listening is interested in learning more about the work of this committee or my office, please sign up to hear from us at robertwhiteatlarge.com. That concludes the committee's business for today. The time is 4:26 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.